Hey everyone. Well, welcome to this lovely, what day is it? It's Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's still 2022, right?
Yep.
Allegedly? Okay, cool. Cool. I'm definitely on it.
Last I
Hi.
checked.
Yeah, we are here to play a really awesome game with some really awesome people, including one of the creators. Apologies in advance for mangling it and getting everything wrong. So before we dive in, let us first introduce ourselves. And Peercy, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself first. Tell us about a
Sure.
little bit about yourself, about the game, and a little bit about Paul, the character you'll be playing.
Gotcha. All right, guys. So I'm Peercy. Nice to meet you. I'm one of the co-writers for The Real Thing RPG. It is a role-playing game, a tabletop role-playing game based upon the album The Real Thing by Faith No More. A little more about myself. Obviously, I'm a writer. I do music. I do digital heritage, travel, a vast amount of things. Kind of a jack of all trades. Um, I'm also a GM, so this will be fun to sit on the other side of the table this time. And let's see about the character. Well, Paul Paul's a stranger to this town. His mother died in a strange accident after digging up old graves to find a necklace stolen from their family a long time ago. The only thing that Paul has is a backpack with a few change of clothes and a $5 for his next meal. Because Paul's a runaway. He's just passing through, trying to get away from a family curse.
Excellent. Yo, Tough.
Hi, I am 90 Tough Love. Or Tough, or Torf, or Torfilton, or some other variety of nickname. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games. We are currently on hiatus for my current Masks campaign, but I am in a lot of stuff over here, and I'm also in a Masks game that our friend Potato Knight _ Juice is running. Today I am playing Vicky, who is the criminal. A couple things about her. Her sister went missing from school about 3 years prior to the current day and has not been seen since. Vicky also drives a sky blue 1970 VW Beetle that her mother gave to her. And since she's a little bit of a sneaky thief, she keeps the first thing she ever stole, which is a busted pocket watch, into a carved up copy of Charlotte's Web.
Lovely.
So, yeah.
Yo, Duck.
Hey, I'm Duck. You can find me over at twitch.tv/duckwork. Every Wednesday night, I run a D&D campaign in my own setting. Zero is a player. They recently just ran afoul of the local law and are now on the run.
It's fine.
That should be a bunch of fun tomorrow. But for today, I am playing Keith. He's new to town. His mom just got a new job at Syntech, and he's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah.
Hopeful that this new town will be pleasant.
It is. SJ.
I am SJ_sidekick. I'm SJ_sidekick everywhere. Twitter, Insta, here. I don't actually stream myself, but you can catch me here quite a bit. I run the Spectrum Squad campaign, and then I'm in a bunch of other ones, including Masks. Twin Falls just wrapped up, which takes place in the same place, Willow Bluff, that this will have the same setting. So I'll be playing a character named Sierra. So if you don't know, Sierra is the S in the phonetic alphabet. Her dad is a former army medic who retired to Willow Bluff and ended up getting with the local nurse since they, EMT runs into local nurse. It happens a lot. So she has a nickname called Hotel Sierra, which is also a military thing that's hot stuff. Or insert something else that it means. And if you reverse it, it means the opposite. So it's a bad thing if it's a good thing if you're Hotel Sierra, bad thing if you're Sierra Hotel.
Okay.
And she also has a very severe shellfish allergy, so she couldn't join the military herself. She's kind of in between, probably just graduated high school, but hasn't actually gone to college. Kind of in that weird gap year, not sure what they're gonna do. But don't offer seafood, shrimp, or anything like that.
Well, I know exactly what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Cool. I am Michael or Zero Daylight or DM or GM or Keeper or Master of Ceremonies or whatever the system requires. I run games here a couple times a week and play them over at Duck's channel and every couple of weeks over at My Fair Kelly's channel. And then on Sundays, I run games at the Justice TV program and Licity channel. But across, with the exception of the occasional D&D, our shtick is that we play a wide variety of games, typically in 1 to 3 episode arcs, to tell really interesting and sometimes interconnected stories using systems that we enjoy, which tend to be the more narrative systems. The Real Thing is a Powered by the Apocalypse game. So for those of you who have been with us through Masks and Monster of the Week and Brindlewood Bay, this is going to be somewhat familiar in the way that, every character has a playbook and there are moves. So, I mean, even something as recent as whatever it was we did last week over on Juice's channel is kind of Powered by the Apocalypse. It's a very hackable system and one that we very much like. So the setting for this particular game is, as SJ mentioned, Willow Bluff, which again should be familiar. It is chronologically located directly after the events of Twin Falls, where some spooky stuff happened that kind of revolved around some sort of illicit nutraceutical that was being distributed around Willow Bluff. And we know that a lot of teens got their hands on it. Now, the portal to the demon dimension, or whatever that was about, has been closed, or at least the main one. But there may be some lasting after effects in town. For those like Jock and Peercy who are not as familiar with the setting, this is think Castle Rock, a little village that's kind of nice on the outside. In fact, it's on an upswing because a potentially evil multinational corporation has opened a very mysterious operations center in town doing who knows what. But it is has for many years been a hub of unusual activity. It is the shared setting for many of our spooky themed stories. So this is going to have maybe a little bit of spooky sci-fi or supernatural or somewhere in between elements, or maybe it's all a dream. We don't know. Would you say a little bit more, Peercy, about kind of the inspiration for the game proper, and then maybe also hype the Kickstarter?
Yeah, absolutely. So really the inspiration for the game is, like I said, Faith No More's first album, The Real Thing, which came out, I want to say like 89. And it's all about struggling with identity and desire and addiction, these kinds of thoughts and ideas. And so we really tried to put together at the Kickstarter, which you can find on the front page of Kickstarter right now, The Real Thing RPG. We have our own little sandbox scenario within this RPG. But this light version is you can do anything with it, right? And even the sandbox version, you can take it. We have suggestions of like, here's kind of the story, the narrative we're projecting, but within it, you can do whatever you want as players and as a GM. And that's kind of the idea behind it, is agency for all.
Yes.
Within a little sandbox. If there's something you don't like in it, throw it out, put your own thing in.
Excellent. Well, feel free to inform us more as we get along, because we do want to. This is not going to be a learn to play, by the way, because I'll get things wrong and just make stuff up on the fly. But do certainly feel free to interject and inform us as to the thinking and the mechanics. I think what you said was really interesting about identity and potentially addiction and desire, because I just let those words sink in, guys. Because there may be some questions of identity that come up. So, spring break in Willow Bluff. It's Minnesota, so that means it's probably like 50 degrees outside at the highest, if you're lucky. You've got the nice sunny days, nice sunny breezy days that are actually quite chilly, highs in the 30s, low 40s. You've got the much warmer, wetter days where it can even be up as high as 60, but just gray and muddy. It's not uncommon for it to snow, like quite a lot, because warmer air holds more moisture. But this spring break, you've been lucky. It's reasonably dry, reasonably warm. And if your character is from Minnesota, then it's shorts weather. I mean, it's still like 40 or 50 degrees, but people are out in shorts and sandals for sure. People are ill-advisedly going boating on the lake. And for a variety of reasons, you either know Willow Bluff very well, or you find yourself here either because your family has moved here and you're just trying to acclimate, or you're just passing through. One of the recent kind of customs that has sprung up in town, particularly after Syntech opened their operations center and then research lab far out of town in the woods, and money started to flow into town, is that folks began not only buying up the old Grand Victorian mansions in downtown, but also building on the west side of the lake, over by the Boys and Girls Camp and the church and the camping ground, the RV park. So there are now 7 or 8 like very large lake houses out there. And this is not the typical kind of Minnesota, people still call it a cabin, but it's just, like a suburban house. These are, mid-management and above corporate, like investment kind of properties, like a few architect homes. It's very, very nice. So the recent influx of new people has given rise to house parties over spring break. There aren't many kids. There's only 2 schools in town. There's the Willow Park School, which is a K through 12, and there's the Pioneer Academy, which is funded largely by Syntech and its parent corporation Loop. So if you are a student, if you are a local, you will have attended or currently attending one of those schools. And it's through that kind of grapevine at school that you would have found out about a really, really awesome, allegedly, party. So how do the various characters approach attending the party, and why? Like, what is your motivation for going? We'll start with SJ first this time. I just kind of want to get a sense of like how you relate socially with town, and what you're trying to accomplish by attending this house party.
Free alcohol. That would probably be number 1. Just a place to, chill out, hang back, drink, and not pay for it.
Cool. Is Sierra socially confident? Is she a schmoozer, or does she just not care?
Definitely more of the not caring variety. She's definitely not the best with people, I would say. I think her stats reflect, my rapport is negative. So she's more of she's a little abrasive. A little abrasive.
Does she have a close friend group?
She's probably a bit of a jock in high school, so maybe if there's some other burnouts that also did sports.
Okay. So as we go through the rest, everyone think about how you might know, if you aren't brand new to town, think about how you might know or be connected to another character. Tell us about Keith. Why would Keith go, and what would his attitude and objective be in attending a poorly supervised house party?
Probably to, just meet people. Like he's been in town for not even a year yet. Had a job over the summer, but like, I don't know. Maybe he just heard through the grapevine and wasn't actually invited. Just showed up, or wants to show up.
And where did Keith come from? Where was he before he moved to Willow Bluff?
I'm gonna say a warmer state. So the Minnesotan spring is unusual to him.
Yeah.
Um,
And Minnesota nice is probably something that he's less familiar with. So people tend to be nice, but it is very, very hard unless you went to pre-K with people to really actually make friends. So I have to imagine that it's been a lonely 9-ish months or however long. You probably know a lot more adults through your summer job. Did you decide that you were going to have worked at Remains to be Seen?
Yeah, I think that ties in beautifully.
Yeah, so Keith worked at Remains to be Seen, which is the creepy curio shop in Willow Bluff that its claim to fame is that it has a bunch of, authentic Swedish cultural items and some Native American historical items, etc. But it also has a lot of really weird stuff, which is endlessly fascinating. And there's you would have met a lot of adults, and maybe been introduced to kids through that, but you're still the new guy and probably will be throughout your entire school career. Cool. How about Vicky?
Well, Vicky's actually pretty popular. So she's here to hang out with friends and also probably to, lightly pick some pockets of some people that are maybe a little more inebriated than they should be. But yeah, she's kind of quirky, she's kind of fun. I think she was probably a cheerleader at one point, so that's probably how she'd recognize Sierra at least. And then maybe Keith too. She's probably on like some sort of welcoming committee, so at least met him like the first couple of days of like, let me show you around school and pat your pockets so you don't have anything on you. Well, that's a shame. Moving on.
Yeah, you gotta suss out the marks.
Yes.
Got it. That makes sense. So you're fairly outgoing, fairly well connected.
Yeah.
Cool. And you might do a little bit of light larceny.
Just a little bit.
While you're here. Cool. What are Vicky's goals though? Like,
I mean, she's kind of just being rebellious to be rebellious. She's kind of been the whole like have to be perfect for your entire life, get passing grades, smooch up to the teachers, make best friends, picture perfect kid. So her little bit of rebellion and lashing out is her pickpocketing and stealing, which nobody would ever believe that sweet little Vicky did. She's just so sweet. There's no way. So she kind of gets away with it, but she's a little thief.
so she's a little subversive. She's not doing it because she like necessarily needs the money or any of that stuff. She just does it to subvert expectations.
Yep.
Does anyone know?
Yeah, there are probably at least a couple of people that have caught her, especially because she's good at it now. She didn't necessarily used to be, so there are probably at least a couple of kids at the party that would know, like, hey, keep an eye on that one. She likes to.
Okay. That's useful. Paul, how did you find out about a big house party over on the west side of the lake?
So as I'm sort of like passing through, right? And the plan isn't to stay anywhere too long so that whatever's going on with the family can't catch up to me. My guess is I was probably camping on the lake and heard the party starting.
Yep. Were you legitimately camping, or did you maybe bust into one of the cabins over at the Boys and Girls Camp?
I just bust into a camp and I wasn't legit camping.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, this one's open. Let's sleep here for the night.
Yep. And folks have been out to because the worst of the winter is over, so folks have been out to fill up everything with water. There's no hot water, but you've got access to a shower and you can wash clothes and stuff like that, so you can make yourself reasonably presentable. But yeah, relatively nearby, you see a bunch of cars arriving and even kids arriving by boat, and it's relatively easy to just blend in with the mix, because why not? What else are you going to do? How old is Paul?
Paul's probably about somewhere between 20 and 21.
Okay. So maybe a little bit older than the average age, because a lot of these kids are high schooler, but not old enough to really stand out. No one's going to think you're a narc. Cool. Well, all right. So the host of this party is one Jeremy Jenkins. Jeremy and his family are very much like Keith and his family, in that they moved to town so that his father could take an executive position at Syntech. The difference is that this happened for Jeremy a couple of years ago. We'll say like in junior high. And Jeremy's family is quite wealthy. And Jeremy has used his family's position and wealth and the fact that his parents are largely absentee. I mean, this is a mashup of the current world plus a kind of a weird 80s, 90s kind of vibe. So there's a lot of latchkey kids going on because his parents jet around the world. And so he is left here at his own devices with lots of free cash. So he has basically bought popularity. One thing that he hasn't been able to buy, however, is a position at the Pioneer Academy, because he's just not that good a student. So he is one of the people who is an instigator of unnecessary rivalry between the Willow Park School students and the Pioneer Academy kids. And there are a fair number of Pioneer Academy kids. It's spring break. And the town has made sure the spring breaks are synced and kids are kids, even though the Pioneer Academy students tend to be, I mean, their expectations academically are much more rigorous and they probably have work to complete. But they, for those of you who don't attend, I don't think anyone attends Pioneer Academy. It's not that they carry themselves as if they're better. I mean, some of them do, but that's just people being jerks. But they all do seem to be driven, perhaps, in a way. Like, you're not sure whether the academy is very selective in terms of students that display an unusual amount of emotional maturity, or something about the curriculum makes people more serious and dedicated. But there is a feel about Pioneer Academy kids. Even if they're out of uniform, they kind of feel like they're in uniform. And even when they're letting loose and dancing and singing and drinking and all that kind of stuff that goes on, they're a little reserved. So it's easy to spot them, even if you don't recognize them. So, Vicky, you haven't seen Sierra in a while. Since Sierra graduated, in fact. I mean, maybe you've seen her around town. So as you survey the party walking in, waving at some of your friends, probably noticing that there's maybe a little bit of whispering in a few corners when you show up. So you see that new kid, Keith, who I have to imagine is kind of wandering around with the red solo cup, just kind of like trying to find somewhere to insert himself in conversation. And you see Sierra probably, maybe off in a corner by herself, but not seeming to be bothered by it.
Already has a drink.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Probably just walked in the kitchen and grabbed a bottle. It's like, forget this solo cup nonsense.
All right. I'll grab like just an empty solo cup and walk over to Sierra and be like, hey, top me up. It's been a while.
Hey, Vicky. And I'll pour her about a half a cup.
Thanks. You're such a dear.
Yeah, no problem.
How's it been since you left school? I haven't seen you in forever. We miss you so much on the team.
Yeah, well, figured I'd come by here. Nothing much else to do in this town, so.
It is kind of boring sometimes.
Yeah, would have been nice to get out.
Oh yeah, I'm really sorry that didn't work out for you. Those dang allergies, am I right?
Yeah, because the enemy is gonna throw shrimp at my face.
Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. You'd blow up so fast.
That was a joke.
Oh, I knew that.
Drink more.
So, Keith,
Mm.
I'm going to say Vicky has probably been one of the few people who hasn't treated you like an outsider. She was the
That
person
I'm
who
aware of.
that you're aware of.
Yeah.
She gave you your school orientation when you joined, and as someone who is reasonably popular, is unlike some of the other popular kids, is not quite as standoffish around you.
Mhm.
So my guess is you probably see that little grouping as a potential opening to at least seem to blend in with the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We, like lock eye contact, be like, "Oh hey, come on, I can introduce you to Sierra."
Oh, cool. Yeah. Hi. Hi, Sierra. I'm Keith.
What's up? You're not from around here, are you?
You guys are just best friends already. This is amazing.
Yeah. My mom works at Syntech, so moved here like last year. It's pretty nice. Nice town.
What you do at Syntech? Something super fancy?
Yeah, she doesn't really talk about her work. So yeah. Yeah, she mentioned it once, but I didn't really understand it. Something to do with numbers or chemicals or something. Yeah.
Something that probably pays well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Enough for you to move here.
Mm-hmm. Actually, Michael, would it be unreasonable for her to have moved into one of those townhouses that have been recently built, or is that too recent?
So yeah, there are some new kind of spec built homes up on the northeast side of town. And then there's a big kind of gentrification in the downtown, the old Victorian. So it certainly could be one of the duplexes. So it's whether you want to be in a well restored or currently being restored Victorian or some new built kind of ranch house style.
I think like coming from like this American South, vaguely, I think she would like look for the new construction
Okay.
as like a change.
Yeah. So yeah, you're in the new subdivision basically.
Yeah.
So you're probably surrounded more by, and there's already starting to be a bit of a class system among the employees of Syntech. You've got the artsy folks and the like maybe even folks that have like older kids or older folks that are really interested in investing in restoring some of the old Grand Victorians. You've got the kind of the white collar worker style folks, although many of those people are also scientists who are living out in that new subdivision. And then you've got the executive style who either aren't living here or are doing things like building fancy architect homes
Gotcha.
on the far side of the lake. So that probably tells you both that his mom is certainly important because she's not she's not renting a fourplex, one of the units in a fourplex like she might if she was an office worker. But she's also not renovating one of these grand homes or building a lake house. So we'll say prosperous upper middle class.
Sierra's very much now, like her parents are always on shift work, was very much that like latchkey kid at home a lot. Definitely not dirt poor, but not wealthy. So kind of sizing him up a little bit.
Yeah. And maybe
not to do anything to you, don't worry.
I mean, Vicky's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he's like, oh,
I didn't know.
In the pockets, there wasn't anything there, but maybe
right?
now.
So Vicky, you know everyone. You see someone you don't know. So Paul, tell us what does Paul look like? And what vibe does he give off?
I mean, I can make it really easy and just say like James Dean.
Like a young James Dean?
Sort of, yeah. He's got like that poofy kind of hair, fluffy. his clothes are jeans, a t-shirt, and like a basic jacket. Sneakers, that's it. He doesn't look like he's got money. Yeah.
So young James Dean is filtering through, probably with a handful of food or something, right? Probably
Yes.
just looking for a place to be out of the way and maybe unobserved. But Vicky is very observant, so especially when it comes to new people and guys who look like apparently guys who look like James Dean.
Or at least
So
that vibe.
yeah, so Vicky,
I will hand my cup to Keith and be like, here, will you hold this for me for a minute? And then
Oh,
I'll
sure.
go to the kitchen, hurry and pour like 2 more drinks, and then walk over to Paul and hold him out and be like, hey, I haven't seen you around here before.
Yep.
Hello. Welcome to Willow Bluff. Are you new in town? Are you with Syntech?
No,
Oh,
not Syntech.
just visiting?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Cool. Well, I have a little group of friends over here. We're kind of a little bit out of the way, a little less claustrophobic if you want to come over.
Okay. Is
He's
there
got
any more food over there?
What was that?
Is there any more food over there?
There's a
Uh,
bottle of alcohol.
There's a very large bottle of alcohol, and I am more than happy to get refreshments.
Sure.
Great.
so what does Paul see when Vicky flounces up to him?
Vicky is tiny. She's like the little cute, perky blonde, bright blue eyes. Yeah, probably like the perfectly straight hair, and then she's just wearing some like cute little flouncy outfit just because. So probably very obnoxiously adorable.
Awesome.
Nice.
So Vicky leads Paul over to a couple of folks who probably have stopped talking at this point, since Vicky is the only thing keeping the conversation going. What does Paul see when he meets Sierra?
Sierra's kind of a gruff, bigger girl is in terms of like very athletic, stocky build. Probably wearing one of her dad's like old unit hoodies. Some jeans that probably haven't been washed in like a couple months. Some boots. About it. No makeup, just kind of like, there.
Any fashionable goth style piercings or visible
Probably
tattoos?
that typical like nose piercing, your typical 2 piercings with the ones on the top.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Cool. And Keith, are you a goth wonderland or?
He might have had a goth phase, but like he's gone more of the like perceived jock route, even though he may not actually be the sports inclined. Yeah, just trying to fit in.
So tall, short, skinny.
Pretty average.
Okay.
Like all around, pretty average. His nose is just a little bent. It might have been broken at one point, but yeah.
Just typical American teenager.
Mm-hmm.
Probably with a like a sports jersey on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And of course, Paul doesn't realize that he's never been on a team and probably never will be. But yeah. So Keith is basic, is what we're saying.
Very.
Got it. Basic white bro. Perfect. Cool. Well, you know what happens to those folks first. But anyway, we'll see. So, well, the good news, Paul, is that these folks, aside from pleasantries, don't seem like either to care or to suss out like maybe that you're not supposed to be here. And although a number of people do come up and, you know, blow air kisses at Vicky or do the, you know, the big, you know, overblown hugs and stuff, and then go off and probably talk bad about her behind her back, as she does as soon as they leave. You learn more about the ins and outs and peccadillos of random teenage girls than you ever wanted to know. A few folks, similarly sporty, kind of, you know, come up and talk to Sierra. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it may be that you were on the team with before or know you from that. No one notices Keith. You probably catch Keith like wave at someone that he recognizes, that person just blithely walk on by. Keith is kind of invisible. But did I say his name was Jeremy? I think it's Jeremy. He will begin doing the rounds. And maybe, you tell me, Vicky, I think Jeremy has tried it out with Vicky before.
Yeah, probably.
And I don't know if Vicky was into it or pretended to be into it or whatever.
Probably pretended for a little bit and then was like, I can't anymore.
Yeah. So you were like, maybe like dating
Yeah.
for like a couple of weeks or
It
whatever.
had to be, we were dating because obviously he's the rich kid, so I had to get in on that. And then we had to have the big dramatic breakup because
Right.
I just needed all that sympathy.
Well, so he is making the rounds. And of course, as soon as he sees Vicky, he decides to come on over. And he is probably half drunk. This is something that you know about him, is that he's not the type to like pace himself. And it is quite possible that he will pass out and then everyone will just wreck the place. And then he'll get in trouble, but who cares? Which might be useful for if you want to do a little bit of rifling in drawers or whatever, because he will probably pass out. But tonight, he seems like more energetic. Like he is not hyper, but he is very just like on. So he comes over and throws his arm around you, and hey, Vicky, looking good. Glad you could make it. Who are your friends?
Oh, thanks, Jeremy. This is Sierra and Keith. You remember Keith? He's the new kid. And then did I catch your name? I'm so sorry. I've had a little bit much to drink already. So
Tell me, Johnny.
okay, and this is Johnny.
Yeah, he does not look at anyone but you. I mean, he kind of like glances around, and it's almost like he's vibrating, right? Just his energy is just like, it not necessarily in a bad way, but he just seems very bright.
Must be super excited about this party.
Yeah. So he'll just a second, kind of not looking any of you in the eye, but then kind of cuff Vicky and pull her over to the side. There's a set of, you're in like a great room, like a 80s to 90s style family great room, off the back of which, through some sliding glass doors, is a huge multi-layer deck. It is quite chilly outside, but it's also very, very warm inside. So there's a lot of traffic back and forth, just as kids like, because no one wants to sweat through their clothes at a party. And you know, there's the inevitable kids smoking. Some of it's tobacco, some of it's not. But he will lead you out and say, I've got the most amazing stuff. You've got to try it.
What is it? Come on, share.
He pulls it out. It's a kind of silver packet, about yay big, and shakes it, and you could hear a little bit of crinkling and maybe like there's some powder or something inside it. He says, it's the new thing. It's not even illegal yet.
Oh, even better. Come on.
Yeah.
Well,
I would like to take the defend PC action.
You could if you were there.
When he first walked off with her, I probably went thinking he's just on something.
Yeah, it's great. It's awesome because you can drink as much as you want and you don't like pass out.
Oh, well, perfect. Yeah, give me some. She holds out her cup
Yeah,
and it's like,
and
come on.
it doesn't even give you a hangover. It's awesome. I think it's like technically like some sort of nutrition thing. But don't tell anyone.
Oh,
Everyone thinks it's like some super cool designer drug from California or something. But it's actually, I don't know. It's really good stuff, though. You should try it.
all right. Well, don't worry. I'll keep that our little secret.
Cool.
But
He'll
yeah.
he'll tip some into your drink and just he'll rip off the top. There's a little puff of slightly sparkly dust. There's like a single source of light, a big lamp that's illuminating the multi-story deck, and it looks almost like little snowflakes or something. It catches the light in a really appealing way. It has a bit of the smell is kind of like baby aspirin, so it's like someone designed it to smell like citrus or taste like citrus, but had like never tasted citrus in their life. So that's a little sweet and weird. But you dump something in your drink, it fizzes a bit, and you sip it up.
Yep. Down the hatch.
He will hand you the remainder of the pack. Share it around. We're gonna keep this party going all night.
Awesome.
And
Thanks,
if you run out, come get more. We've got like a box of it.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Jeremy. I'll be sure to let everybody know that you're the guy to hit up.
Yeah.
Uh,
I would like, because we haven't done a roll yet, and I will go the entire evening without doing any rolls. I think awareness, which in this case, and tell me if I'm wrong, would be, because you're not analyzing an NPC. So I think maybe investigate. You have a chance after he leaves to take a look at this packet.
That's an 8.
All right. So choose a question.
What do I need to be wary of?
You probably
Not FDA approved.
right. You probably, once he's not there, like maybe, dip a pinky in it and taste it. It doesn't like numb your mouth or anything. I mean, because you may not be like hardcore, but you've been around. And maybe because this is a weird mashup of modern times and the 80s, 90s, like maybe even stick your special white painted pinky in your drink and then wait a few seconds and pull it out and it doesn't turn blue. So
Okay.
you're doing the appropriate things to test. It has a very faintly kind of sour flavor. But it doesn't read as like anything hard. So you don't know what the dosage is. And you poured maybe precisely 1/4 of the package in, and he seemed to indicate that was plenty. So probably if you had too much of it, you suspect there's some negative effect, but you're not worried about like passing out, losing your mind or whatever. It's not like cocaine or heroin or meth or whatever. But the thing that gives you pause is the packaging. The front is kind of smeared, and there's like some X's, and you can't quite read the word. But there's like a chicken on it, which is weird. It's like a line drawing of a chicken. And you turn it over and look at the back. And now you've ripped off part of the top, but what you see is kind of a stylized map of Willow Bluff, which is strange. Like it gives you the idea that someone's making it here. Maybe. Don't know. But there certainly is a map of Willow Bluff, kind of. Maybe stylized too. It doesn't seem like, it's not like an accurate, but it's close enough that you can recognize that it is a map of Willow Bluff.
Interesting.
But within moments, it starts to take effect. And it's not exactly euphoric, but it's like you had been, we'll say that maybe Syntech or one of the other Loop subsidiaries has started to put out higher definition TVs. It's like you've been looking at a 720p monitor and then you switch to 4K. It's like cognitively you think you're seeing all the details, but as soon as you see the world in high def, it's like you can't go back. It's like, how was I ever even able to read the text before on this low res, right? It's like someone turned on high resolution HDR. And there's a little bit of skin crawly, but it's mostly just that you're very aware of like the texture of the fabric that you're wearing. And you're very aware of just like, you're still standing relatively near to the open sliding glass doors, and you're aware of the temperature differential is like a wave of warm air will blow out of the house and a wave of cold air will replace it. And it just gives you a little bit of a kind of pleasurable frisson.
Well, I gotta go share this with my friends. Obviously, everybody needs to feel like this. So I'll head back into the house and take the packet, kind of wave it at everybody as I walk closer. And I'm like, look, guys, I got some fun stuff to put in our drinks. Don't worry, it's not gonna like knock you out. It actually is like so cool. I feel so aware of everything right now. Like, Sierra, seriously, try this.
Yeah, I know enough about my mom working as a nurse to not trust that's not like laced with fentanyl or something.
It's like not even illegal, Sierra. Come on, take the stick out of your butt for once and do something fun.
Let me see it.
At this, Keith would try to impose himself. like if you're not holding on to the bag too tightly, he would try to take it a little and said, "Oh, let me try. It's like creatine, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's not illegal and just makes everything feel better. Sure, I'll try some."
See, Sierra, Keith doesn't have a stick up his butt.
Yeah.
What is it exactly?
I don't know. It's got like a chicken on it or something. I don't know. Jeremy had it. It's fine. I tried it. It's not like drugged or anything.
Yeah, I want to see the packet.
So after Keith dumps another quarter into his solo cup, you look at the packet and you look a little bit more closely. And you recognize like there are some ingredients in it, and it's like there's caffeine and there's like pseudoephedrine and there's something world's leading egg-based supplement, which kind of explains the chicken maybe. But you with your background and just what you've picked up on osmosis, this is probably like legal over-the-counter trucker speed.
Gotcha. Yeah, just
which
like,
means if you
supplements and stuff, they're not FDA approved.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to kill you. They're just
it's got guarana in it. It's like you could take it if you could poison yourself with it if you took a lot, and it's probably not good for long-term usage. But
I just knock back energy drinks all the time, so this will be nothing.
Cool.
I'm like, all right, and pour it in my drink. It'll be like a Jaeger bomb. It's fine.
Cool. Well, there's a quarter left, Paul.
Come on, Paul. There's just enough left for you. Last one. Bottoms up.
Yeah, Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
Oh, sorry, Johnny. Yeah.
It's all right. Sure, why not? I grab the thing, put it in a drink, swirl it around with my finger, slam it back. I'm like, not bad. By the way, my name's actually Paul. I just don't trust that dickhead.
Oh, yeah, that's totally fair. He is kind of a little uppity sometimes.
Good drugs, though.
Well, so Paul, I think because you came from the kitchen, you probably are using an actual glass.
Yeah.
So as you swirl it around, it creates, as it dissolves, like a moment of opalescence. And again, it's got a little bit of a very fine kind of fish scale effect in the water before it dissolves. And something about it, it catches the light in a way that's actually like, it would be cool to just look at it. But you're not going to let it go to waste. And pretty soon it dissolves away, so you can't tell. You down it, you all, within just a few minutes or moments, begin to feel that same feeling. There's a little bit of like a flush and maybe like a just a few moments of like prickling on your skin. But again, everything comes into focus. The sounds are louder, maybe, or you're more sensitive to them, but it's not like, even though there's a lot of conversation happening around you, you don't have any difficulty like discerning different voices or ignoring the background music. So it's not intrusive, but you can, if you want, just standing where you are, really focus your attention on a conversation that is across the room and hear it very, very clearly. Vicky, since you have been on the stuff for longer, you begin to see your new friends glowing like a very faint shine on them that starts in like in little spots, like maybe starts around the neck and the forehead and the wrists, like where the blood is closest to the surface. But then as they start to kind of look at each other like, oh yeah, I'm feeling it, it starts to spread until there's like a 2 or 3 inch like halo or aura around them. It's not a color. It's kind of just a whitish goldeny glow. But it doesn't obscure any detail. If anything, they look more real. And as you look around the party, you can see this similar glow. Not from everyone, but maybe a good, 1 out of 5 of the folks at the party have this same kind of glow.
My God, you guys look beautiful. You're like glowing. It's crazy. This stuff is so cool.
Thanks. You're very pretty too.
Aw,
Sus again. Damn it, I shouldn't have used something that had an open packet. Should have taken it from something that was closed.
Right? Well, Jeremy and his friends are kind of huddled in a corner, and you can see there's more of these packs. And they're, pouring them into people's glasses that are coming by and pouring them into their own. One of his friends has just ripped one of these things open and just chugged it dry, and then kind of, and you can see little fish scale sparkles of the dust as he coughs it out, and then has to down a beer to kind of wash it down. And they're yucking it up, and you can tell like Jeremy really glows, and as you're watching, his buddy starts to just like, there's a flash, and he is bright. So what do you do?
Well,
I
I
have a
want to
heart
shine like
attack
that.
doing
I mean, you're at a party and you feel great. What do you do?
Yeah, I want to glow that bright. I'm gonna get another drink and go get some more.
I'm gonna have a
Obviously.
heart attack.
Sierra, you're such a worrywart. I'm fine.
Sierra, I think I would like you to investigate, because you're thinking about like what are the deleterious effects. You're not really, I mean, this is technically, so investigate is attempting to learn about the environment or find useful items. So you're concerned about the environment and also maybe like the effects on you. So we can be somewhat creative about the questions, assuming that you get a hit.
Okay, I got an 8, but I don't know what my investigation is. Hold on. What do you roll?
It's
with
awareness
again?
plus awareness.
Okay, so flat 8.
Okay, cool. So that is a partial success. So you get to choose one of the questions under investigate. And again,
All right.
for the information about if you're primarily looking to diagnose yourself and like look for any signs of medical distress among any of the people who are clearly, and you're starting to now be able to see the glow too. So you can very clearly tell the people who are on the stuff and the people who aren't.
Yeah, I'm more concerned. I'm less concerned because it was in a package, so I'm thinking like that's probably fairly legit. But what if they're adding stuff to it? That's the problem, in my opinion. But either way, I'll crush an energy drink. I'll drink 2 cans a day and be fine. But there's still a limit to how much of an energy drink you can drink before you give yourself a heart attack, especially if you're mixing it with other stuff.
Yes.
So I'm probably looking like, if they're just people that are doing it over and over again, like they're probably gonna have some problems. So probably. Is there anybody I noticed that has taken like way too much?
I think
Is there a serving size on the package?
No.
No, there's no like
least-
it has
at
this
least-
many milligrams of whatever.
The one that you've got, it looks like it was poorly printed. And just in the handling, a lot of the ink has come off. And there's just enough that you can see X's and what looks like a stylized chicken, and then a few lines of somewhat smeared kind of ingredients. Your guess is based on the size of the package. It's what you would expect in like a single kind of like vitamin C powder or whatever.
Yeah.
But so in terms of your question, it could be like maybe some variation on what here is not what it appears to be, or
Yeah.
who should I be paying attention to? Like if you're looking for specifically people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also definitely want to see if he's slipping anything else in, because that's my thought, is that he's mixing stuff in this, or he got this from, a dealer and they just got more creative with packaging.
So maybe your question is, who should I be paying attention to?
Yeah.
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 Because that's...
So.
Go ahead. I'd actually like to aid her with that.
Oh,
because
cool.
I noticed her hesitance to take it, but I kind of took it to make them all feel a little better. But at the same time, I'm not used to sticking out, and I don't want to continue doing so. So I'm sort of in her boat also.
Excellent.
So if it's possible, I'd like to help.
Yes. And in this system, I know that there's not a dedicated role for aiding, but does that require you to make a roll? Or
yes. So
okay.
Aiding an ally is just straight up roll, and it's the same thing. Like you roll 2d6, and either you 6 or under, you fail, but market discovery up to the GM. Yeah. 7 to 9, you succeed, but you'll suffer any consequences that you'll give them a +1 forward on this roll. But you'll suffer any consequences they might suffer on the roll if they don't make it.
Yep.
And 10 and above, it's just a +1 forward on that roll.
Perfect. Roll it up. Let's do the assist first.
I got a 7.
Cool. So that's a +1 for Sierra.
So it should
roll plus awareness.
Oh, awareness. Oh no.
You're super aware, right?
No. Okay, I have 0 on awareness.
I'm the aware one.
Oh yeah, I got a 7, so that would make it an 8.
Okay. Cool.
We're back at 8.
Yeah, it's the same. So it didn't change the effect of that one. But right, because you had a 7 before, now it's an 8. All right, whatever. Yep. So yeah, you notice 2 things. One, because you're starting to be able to see. I think you probably noticed that, one, Paul very much picks up on what it is that you're doing and probably comes over and stands next to you. And as you're both starting to be able to see this glow around some of the people, maybe have some conversation back and forth about, I'm seeing glows too, and maybe reading between the lines, picking up on Sierra's concern. I think the 2 things that you note are, one, Sierra, your heart rate hasn't budged. Like you're not feeling any palpitations, none of that stuff. Maybe even surreptitiously, do one of these.
Yeah,
and it's fine. So like it's less than an energy drink apparently. The other thing that you notice is that all the glowing people are watching you.
Oh. Um,
Like they all just in sync turn to look at you.
I'm just gonna like nod my head and slowly take another drink of my my drink. This is super weird. Probably glance at Johnny Paul over there.
Yeah, that
Like, are they also like looking at me now? Like my group?
Yes.
You guys okay?
Paul, since you were involved, everyone that glows is looking at you, including Sierra. Like, you're having this conversation, you're looking around, and then everyone, including Sierra, just turned to look at you.
that's weird. Why are you looking at me like that, man?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Talking about.
I mean, now you're actually, I mean, you are looking at each other because you're talking to each other.
Like, can I help you guys? But there a problem?
Vicky, you've been talking to, like, you've been, sharing some sort of bland conversation with some random person from school that you're better than or whatever, and have been distracted and turn around to actually look at Sierra, who's now asking you this question.
What? Is something wrong? You okay, Sierra? Are you having like allergic reactions to, oh my god, was there shellfish in this? Are you
Right?
okay?
Am I breaking out?
Well, I mean, you're glowing, but I think that's different than like puffing up.
Like inspecting myself for like hives. Like, and give me that packet. Like looking, double checking to make sure there's no shellfish.
No, I think you're fine. You're probably just having a bad trip. It's cool. Like, not everybody can handle it.
Vicky is the worst.
Am I doing fine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Unless you're looking around trying to figure out what's happening. That might be a different situation.
After Sierra mentions everyone's looking at her, I would look around and and try to see what is going on.
I'm going to the bathroom to go get some water and make sure I'm not having an allergic reaction.
Okay.
And also away from everybody looking at me.
The faces just turn and follow you
Jesus.
as you leave for the bathroom.
It's gonna flick off everybody behind me as I walk off.
And you all see that.
Sarah, what the heck?
Paul,
Nice.
it's the weirdest thing. Sierra turns to leave, but she never stops watching you. Like, you're not sure how this is possible.
That's strange. I need a cigarette.
It's almost
back.
like, I mean, her head doesn't do a full 180 because you would see, but somehow she never stops keeping her eyes on you. And then so Sierra is going to go into the bathroom with the mirror. Yay. And Paul's going to head outside and grab a smoke.
Yeah, bum a cigarette from somebody, anybody. I don't care who they are.
You want to
They're
talk
not
to
in this-
someone glowing or someone who's not glowing?
Not glowing, not glowing.
Okay. You can certainly find some burnout out on the deck. Are you looking for a tobacco cigarette or?
Just a regular cigarette.
Okay. Yeah. You head out. There's a drunk dude who like has a crying girlfriend or whatever. And it kind of is looking like he maybe needs to be rescued. What's up, man?
Hey, man.
Yeah, sure. And we'll toss it to you. There are some
Thanks.
There are some like citronella candles. Well, I guess there wouldn't be because it's spring in Minnesota. The bugs haven't come out yet. But there's some, tiki torches or something. There's fire that you can light, or there's a fire pit that you can light the cigarette on. Yeah. And something about being outside in the dark, in the cooler air, kind of like maybe you start to question whether what you were seeing was real. You can still see the glows in some of the people. But you don't get that feeling that people are watching you.
Or if I look at myself, am I glowing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. We're just gonna finish this cigarette and chill for a minute.
I will even say you're not sure if it's a trick of the light. But as you're smoking, you kind of do one of these and kind of look at your hand. And you're like, nope, yeah, I'm totally glowing. The cigarette is black, though.
That's wild.
And the filter is like a gold foil. It has some sort of like red ink stamp up near the edge of the filter for just a second. And then like you turn more towards the light and it's like it must have just been in shadow. Or maybe this stuff is mildly hallucinogenic, who knows? But for a moment, the cigarette was different.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
Sierra
I'll enjoy it.
goes to the bathroom.
Yep.
What do you do in the bathroom? I mean, we don't have to get gross. I mean, PG-13, but
looking in the mirror, making sure I don't have like hives or anything crazy. And then, splashing some water on my face and drinking, like if there's like a little cup or something, drinking some water.
yeah, you feel
Just
fine
something else.
physically. You feel fine. I mean, alert, energized, strong even. But I mean, mentally is a whole other situation. You look at yourself in the mirror. You look great. Your makeup is fire.
Literally fire, or
Your makeup looks great. The eyeliner, little bit of lipstick and lip liner.
Don't wear a lot of eyeliner or a lot of makeup, but yeah, I got that like classic like Avril Lavigne style eyeliner. Yeah.
Were you wearing makeup before though? Because didn't you say you weren't wearing makeup?
Yeah, I wasn't wearing any makeup before. Like if I wipe my face, does any makeup come off? Like, weird.
Your hair's a little different too.
Like just in the mirror, like if I check my hair, like am I like, is it the same if I look in the mirror versus?
It's weird. I mean, you can, so like your hair is maybe shorter in the mirror and you can feel with your hands, but as you get to the part where the difference exists, you can feel something change. Like it's less real somehow. Like you can feel it, but only partly. Or you can feel it, but in a very dull way. And as you look at it, the glow is somehow different. Like the part that's consistent from the reflection and what you expect to be there is maybe a little bit brighter.
Are my piercings the same?
Yes.
Okay.
But the earring has a stone in it that is unfamiliar. And again, you reach up and feel it, and you can feel the smooth ring that you're expecting, but there is a little bit of a sensation of like there's something that's supposed to be there.
I am tripping out. Wonder if I could find a. I'm just mentally thinking like if I really start to lose it, like mental note of I need to go get a Narcan from my dad's bag.
But your thinking doesn't seem to be impaired.
That's super weird. But I've never really been on super hardcore drugs before, so I don't really know.
But you've heard
What
stories
is-
of
what
people
is
like
it?
showing up,
Oh, yeah.
you know, in the emergency room on PCP and stuff like that, and bad trips, and they've like total disassociation from reality. This is very specific and precise. And aside from the fact that it's somewhat upsetting and weird, you don't feel like high at all. Like not even like a little hit on a blunt kind of effect. Like
It's more
you
like a stimulant.
you
It's
feel more affected by the relatively small amount of alcohol you've had than from whatever the substance is.
okay. Weird.
What are Vicky and Keith doing while Sierra spends like probably 3 hours just staring in the mirror in the bathroom, as one would
I don't know what
expect?
their problem was. I mean, like, I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling great. Like,
Yeah.
they must be lightweights or to have something, but like, you know,
Yeah, you're kind of cool, Keith. I didn't
Yeah.
think you could handle this stuff. Come on, you want to get some more?
Oh,
That
sure.
guy's glowing like really bright. If I'm not
Yeah.
glowing like that by the end of the night, this is the worst party ever.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Yep.
Pour more drink and go grab another packet.
Vicky. There's something wrong with Keith.
Rude.
I mean, I was already thinking it, but
Like beneath the basic white bro, you know, feeling good, full of himself, friendly exterior. It's like, it's not that there's nothing there, but there's a coldness and a stillness as you like look into his eyes. They go from clear and bright and looking around, having a good time, to milky, dry looking almost. When the
you know
light
what?
catches him just right, he's very, very pale.
Once again, rude.
But not in a good way. In
like
a way that doesn't look healthy.
like a dead way.
It's a grayish color.
Yeah. I did not come to this party to get eaten by zombies. Keith, why don't you get the drinks? I'm gonna go find Sierra and make sure she's not like having a mental breakdown in a bathroom or whatever, because you know, sometimes people just get like that. I'll be right back. And then running up to the stairs to the bathroom and like pounding on the door and like, Sierra, there's like zombies or something down there. It's freaking me out.
So Sierra's doing this and like examining every inch of her hair, and then you hear pounding on the door. On mute.
Yeah.
I'll let Vicky in, but I'm like, close the door behind her.
Okay, so like it was really weird. I was
Oh,
like,
who's having the bad trip now?
fuck, I don't know if it's a trip or not, Sierra. You're the one that ran off first, and I had it first, so obviously I'm better at this. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I was looking at Keith, and he totally looked like a dead guy, and it really freaked me out.
Do me a favor. Can you look in the mirror real quick?
What does that have to do with dead? Okay, fine, whatever. I probably look great. Look at the mirror.
Yeah.
I want her to look in the mirror because I want to be able to see her and then her mirror. And
Yes.
spot the difference.
Yes. So in the mirror, Vicky, your hair is very conservative. Long, straight bangs. Let's say Vicky wears contacts because girls with glasses, you know, no one makes passes. In the mirror, you have on glasses. Maybe even braces. I mean, it's like everything that you struggle not to be in terms of trope. Like maybe mirror you as wearing chapstick, but there's definitely no lipstick. There is no concealer. There's no foundation. There's no finishing powder. There's
Nerd.
yeah. Yeah.
I thought she was gonna be like, I look like you.
I'm not that mean yet.
Yeah.
Sierra, why do I look like that? Because I'm definitely not wearing. I did not put that on. I don't have braces. What's happening?
You
Look at
say
me.
that-
You see it too?
And you run your tongue over the surface of your teeth, and you don't feel braces, but it's almost like there's just a little bit of resistance that shouldn't be there. And you can feel like a little bit of pressure on the bridge of your nose, and you put your hand up,
Yeah, like
and you don't feel glasses. Sierra, Vicky looks like Vicky in the mirror to you. But as she starts talking, you start to see this. It's almost like a superposition, like an image over an image. You start to, well, as you look more closely, you can see. And as Vicky goes back to look and is doing the kind of almost the same thing that you were doing, the Vicky with glasses turns her head, whips her head around, and looks directly at you.
Jesus.
Paul, you have finished your smoke. Feeling better. Calm. Good, actually. Energized. Like, it's cold outside, but it feels good. Particularly you can feel the heat radiating from the fire pit, and then the cold from the side that backs up against the woods, and that just like that line where the hot and the cold mix is frankly pretty pleasurable and interesting. And you're probably just subconsciously having a good time slightly rotating yourself to feel that line of hot and cold move. There are people out in the woods. You can't really see them, but they're glowing, so you can kind of see the glow as they move through the woods toward the house.
Huh. Well, I mean, I'm also glowing, so I'm going to assume that it's really not that bad, and more people on whatever this thing is that we all just got a little too freaked out about to begin with.
Yeah.
I'll give it a second for them to, just keep finishing the cigarette and sort of stand by the fire to hopefully not glow as much, right? Like to let the fire maybe better than me.
Yeah.
I sort of walk as they approach.
Yeah. It's weird because it's not like they're like walking in groups or milling around. It's like they're advancing. It's like there's a line or a semicircle of some, you can't quite tell because there's lots of trees in the way, but maybe 8, 9, maybe 10 folks who are moving very relatively slowly, but in bursts. So they'll move and then you'll lose sight of one, and then it'll come out from behind the tree and then move relatively quickly to another tree.
Maybe they're playing some game?
Quite possibly.
I don't know. But they're getting closer?
Yeah. Still in the full dark. I mean, there's a little bit of, there's enough of a moon that you can tell like there's tops of trees. So you can see where the yard ends, and then a little bit of scrubby, bushy stuff, and then woods. But mostly you can tell they're advancing just because the trees get in the way of the glow.
Okay. About like, I don't know, but how they're moving, how quickly do I think they're going to be here? Like 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
90 seconds.
90 seconds? I'm going to go back inside.
Okay.
Find Vicky and Sierra.
Well, and Keith is, I think, still stood out there going, where'd everyone go?
Yeah,
Let's
I'm just
find
having a good time.
He went to go get more
Keith.
drinks.
Yeah, I got more drinks, came back, and Vicky's nowhere to be found. So
Yep.
just stand there.
But
with 2
Paul's
drinks.
there. Paul comes in looking very glowy.
Hey, bud, you want a drink?
Yeah, man, that sounds good. Hey,
Hand him
do
one of the two.
people around here play weird games at night when they?
Like, I'm kind of new, so I'm not really sure. But yeah, sure, yeah, people play games.
Okay, because there's like I don't know, like maybe 10
Uh,
max, I think, coming
mean,
this way. They're gonna be here quick
Oh, like
through the
now?
woods. Yeah, is
Oh,
that? I mean, do people come to this house through the woods to go to parties?
maybe.
Excited.
Like,
There,
they're
you've been around long enough to know there's nothing. There's not like another house. It's like to the west of this plot is just forest.
yeah, there's nothing in that direction. So maybe they got lost.
And Paul, it occurs to you that they're moving through the forest and they're glowing, but they don't have flashlights. You didn't see flashlights or any source of light. All you saw was the figures.
That's interesting. I mean, hey, just
Maybe you're having one of those bad trips that the other people are. So like maybe you should sit down for a little bit.
Keith doesn't look really good, by the way. Keith looks awfully pale and gray, and if the light catches him just right, a little dead behind the eyes.
you all right, man?
Yeah,
I just
I'm fine.
instantly put a hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat.
Yeah.
Hey, hands off.
Do you have a heartbeat?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. For sure.
Probably this weird drug, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So like just sit down, have a couple deep breaths.
Oh, I'm not freaking out, man. Just making sure it's like when you try something,
people in
right?
the woods. So
Yeah, I mean, that's not the same thing as freaking out, though. I'm just seeing things. But do you see him?
do I see them?
Are you going to go
Yeah.
stick your head out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. You're not. Oh, they're there. Okay. That's weird.
In the short period of time that Paul was talking to Keith, it now looks like they have. It's like people who are taking partial cover behind the innermost line of trees.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even see it's a little bit hazy because all you're really seeing is the glow. But you see what you think are like hand signals passing between them.
Uh-oh. So, that's not good. That's freaky a little bit. Were they doing that? Were they doing that when you saw them?
No, they're a little far away when I saw them. I couldn't quite tell, but they're moving without having flashlights.
May I roll investigate
Sure.
to try to see? So
Plus awareness.
plus awareness. Okay, so I rolled a 5. My
All right.
awareness is +2, so that's 7.
Okay, well, we don't get to learn about what happens when you fail yet, but we will. So that gets you a 1, and you don't get to gain a +1 on the next action related to the answer.
Yeah. What item or object here is most useful to me? I'm looking around. I'm like, okay, that's a problem. What do I do now? So I'm looking around trying to.
There is a, I forget what you call it. There's the thing where like a vertical trampoline that you throw pitches against. This is how you can tell how sporty I am. It's like a throwback or a catchback, or there's a name for it, but it's like the thing that you do when you practice your pitches.
Oh, Yep.
and it bounces it back to you so you can catch it and keep throwing.
Mm-hmm.
Like particularly for a kid whose dad is not there to play catch with him. There are some mitts and balls and a couple of baseball bats that, by the way, shouldn't be out in the wet, but they are. Yeah. There's a wood one that's maybe a little bit rough from like getting damp and being out, and then there's a lovely kind of hollow core aluminum.
I take the aluminum bat to just casually, like, okay, well, if they want trouble, I guess. Not sure what this is going to do, but
who knows?
Maybe you should tell the other people while I keep an eye on them.
Yeah. Lay low as best you can. I'll be right back.
Sure.
I go over to the bathroom and I on the door.
Okay. Vicky has just turned around and stared deeply into Sierra's face. Not like in a threatening way, but just like very attentive. Okay. And then boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, goddamn.
What? Were you in the bathroom?
Not together. Not. Damn it, Vicky.
Look, I'm not worried about how I say things right now, Sierra. I look like a nerd.
Who is it?
It's me. It's Paul.
All right, I'll open the. I'm gonna go open the bathroom door. I'm like, relax, we're just tripping out. It's fine. We need to stay cool.
Grab Paul by the arm and haul him in and be like, look in the mirror. Do you see weird stuff?
Does he see weird stuff, Zero?
Do I?
Yeah.
I don't see weird stuff.
You have a much more well-kept haircut. And you can tell from the collar that you're wearing a button-down shirt. You have some sort of chain around your neck. It's a little, like, as you look at it, it's maybe antique looking.
We gotta get out of the bathroom and go outside.
What?
Keith's out there with that.
Why does Keith have a bat?
Yeah, we'll follow him as he is explain. Like, yeah, what's happening? What's going on? Is the cops? Is it the cops?
Might be the cops.
I just leave because I don't want to look in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm following.
They race after you, without even really thinking about it. Paul, you reach up, and you don't feel anything there. But again, it's almost like you feel like underneath your t-shirt, you run where you would expect a pendant to be, and you don't feel it, but there's something. There's like a, you know how, like if you build up a big static charge on something, like a balloon, like before it discharges, there's that moment of like, it's like there's almost something there, like a little bit of pressure. It's like there's some little area of electrostatic pressure where you would expect a very particular pendant to be, and you can feel just a little something, like a little tingle, the line of where that chain would rest. But you check and it's definitely not there, but maybe it's all in your head. To answer your question, as the three of you rush up behind Keith, who's standing there, got his hand on a leaf of slugger, Sierra immediately clocks that these figures are in tactical formation.
And if they're using hand signals and stuff,
they are definitely behaving like, well, cops or something.
You think it's the cops?
We need to go. We need to go the other way. I'm underage. We need to go.
Yeah, me too. Okay. Let's go.
I'm taking the bat.
I would say that the fact that the four of you are now standing in the doorway, as people are kind of like, excuse me, pardon me, you're not really paying attention to them. You're very kind of obvious.
I'm gonna yell into the house. It's the cops.
Yeah, you see one of these figures, and you can't see the figure because it's in complete darkness, but you can see the glow. You can see a figure, like the head, cock up and look directly at you, and then you see it turn to the side and do this, and they begin to advance. What do you do?
Yeah, go back inside and yell, "It's the cops! Run!" Because they chasing multiple people will better our chances.
All right.
Scatter.
I
want to go in the opposite direction, out the house and through a different door.
I think. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think this is maybe a persuade?
No.
Persuade or mislead to see how convincing you are?
I believe it's the cops.
Yeah. Which would make it a persuade. It's the same move, but you're trying to influence NPCs.
Yeah, I don't have a good rapport, but you know what? We'll roll it.
Now, other people could assist, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I can assist. I think that Vicky especially probably brings a bit of a more punch since people know her.
You're a little bit of a take charge kind of gal anyway. All right, so roll it up, and that would be also with rapport, correct?
Yeah, which I think that's my minus. It is.
Yeah.
Hopefully you make it, because I got a 6 and I need that one.
I got snake eyes.
Oh no!
So we both failed.
You both suffer 1 stress. Technically, it's a choice. You can choose to have someone give you something of value, or you can suffer 1 stress.
Hand her the bat.
No. It's one of the members of the group. Theoretically, they could give you something of value. I get to determine what that thing of value is. So you could do that. I think realistically.
Why would I take a stress over something of value?
I will narrate why. No, it's a choice.
That's right.
Yeah, you must do them a favor.
Okay, I was going to say, I was like, that makes no sense.
I need to be able to read. I should have learned to read before this. But so you have to either give them something of value to convince them, or do them a favor, or you take a stress. Your choice. I'm going to say time is pressing, and trying to pay people or have a negotiation of like, oh yeah, whatever, is not necessarily fitting with the narrative. So I think unless you can think of something that fits with the narrative, I think stress probably makes more sense.
Well, aside from someone being like, you're crazy and taking my bottle of alcohol that I have, but we'll just keep that. I'm going to take the stress. I'm very stressed out right now.
Yeah, same.
So Vicky and Sierra mark 1 stress. There are thresholds. They're color-coded. Mm-hmm. So we will get to that if and when you cross the threshold. But you feel a little bit stressed. People are just not paying attention. A few of the people who don't glow at first kind of go, and then like run and look. Like there's probably like 5 kids who run and look, like, do this outside the windows or, whatever. And it's like, there's no one out there. The folks who are glowing are having too much fun. It's like, look at my hand, man. Look at your hand. They're having a grand old time. As you scan around in this moment of high adrenaline, you see a few people who are maybe not having as great a time. Especially anyone who looks at Keith. Anyone who's glowing and looks at Keith tends to kind of go, like, start a little bit.
Yeah, probably when I first saw him, I was probably also like, Jesus, you really don't look good, dude.
Yes, Paul.
So this is if you're okay with this,
Yeah.
This is a great time for a mechanic thingy.
Yes, please.
That we do. So for when characters fail a roll, right? In the real thing, you mark a discovery.
Yes.
And not this really necessarily works totally for the narrative here, and that's totally fine. If you got another way to spin it or don't want to use it, totally fine. The idea behind that is that you failed, but you've learned something about yourself. You've gained some experience, and then there is. We suggest a moment where the narrator asks a question such as, "This reminds you of someone from your past," or "Tell me about a time when," sort of thing.
Yes.
I'm not saying do that.
No, I love it.
It's just like interject like what we kind of created out of the Powered by the Apocalypse to not express experience, but to get into the ideas of identity.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things I like about the system is that instead of just saying, okay, mark experience, and then you're waiting to get to the point where you get to take an advancement, each time you fail, there is this potential for a moment of introspection or connection to the character's experience and backstory. So, Sierra, when was a time when you felt under threat and out of control? Like a situation was going wrong and you weren't able to stop it. Or where you were trying to protect someone or prevent something bad from happening and you weren't able to, like they just didn't listen.
I think maybe there was a time where like my parents didn't come home when they were supposed to, and I freaked out because, realistically it just happened they were on shift or whatever and, got a bunch of calls. So then they got sidetracked, but maybe I didn't have a ride to school or something. Something happened and I was trying to like plead my case, but nobody wanted to listen.
Like maybe you called the cops, like they're missing, or like badly overreacted.
Right. Because I'm a kid and I'm like, my parents didn't come home, something happened, they're dead, or
yeah. And then of course everything turned out to be okay. So maybe in that moment your self-talk is don't overreact. It's all totally fine. This is just like that time. And you're not some little kid anymore. Cool. Vicky, when was a time when people totally ignored you?
I don't really like to talk about it. I was kind of a nobody in junior high. I was probably a little too academically focused, so people didn't really pay attention to me. I was kind of ignored, maybe a little bit bullied, and then I kind of finally just reinvented myself so that I could be what I wanted. But yeah, probably at least my first year in junior high, I was pretty badly ignored.
So Vicky learned to put on a mask to get the attention that Vicky wanted and to be who Vicky wanted to be. Or to not be who Vicky didn't want to be. Cool. Yeah, I would say in that moment, you feel like they can all see what you saw in the mirror and are just writing you off. Just some nerd freaking out. How uncool. In fact, I'll say you can see that look on people's faces. Like, ugh, the rolled eyes. People kind of, looking up and down and then going back. As I was saying, just a little teenage jerkery.
Yep.
What do you do? They're advancing through the yard. You can see them advancing through the yard.
Like just the backyard?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think my car's backed up front. You guys want to lift?
Go.
Should I get a drink?
Would you rather stay here and get caught or drive off and probably not get caught?
Good point.
You can also totally just like grab on the way out. Like pull it out of someone's hand, a bottle if you want.
Yeah.
And there is a bowl of the little silver packets on like a sideboard.
Grabbing a handful of those on my way out the door, just shoving them in my pocket.
Cool.
And ripping out my car keys, heading out the front door and running for my beetle.
So Sierra grabs a handful of silver packets, Vicky, and then Sierra grabs a bottle. Jim Beam, maybe,
Sounds good.
or tequila.
I'll grab a silver packet also.
Do which?
I'll grab
You
a silver
grab one.
packet also.
Okay. Keith,
Just got my bat.
you're just taking the bat with you.
Yeah, why not?
A few people are kind of like, as you walk by with the bat, but people are just having a good time. A lot of folks, the ones that aren't glowing, are drunk.
I would like to say I also picked up a baseball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've got a baseball in one hand and a bat over your shoulder, making your way through the crowd. Vicky, being very small and lithe, kind of just zips through, probably stopping as you go, "Hey, it was good to see you. Oh, no, we're just going to be outside for just a second. Don't worry about it."
Body checking anybody in my way. Like,
You're just plowing through. All those years in field hockey are paying off. All right, yes, and down on the curb is Vicky's powder blue 1970 VW Bug with like 7 horsepower.
Yeah, it's fine. It'll work.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right, let's go. Get in.
you probably have
slide
to.
into the-
You probably have to get in the driver's seat and then reach over and open the passenger side door because it doesn't quite
Yeah.
work, especially when it's
We have to
chilly.
like put down the seat and let everybody climb in the back.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a production. As you are filing into the car, there are flashes of light from inside. Like maybe someone turned on a strobe light
inside the house.
inside the house.
No,
Okay.
hit the gas. Hit the gas.
Yeah.
But drive careful. Drive natural.
But it's not like a steady beat like you would expect from a strobe light. It's just kind of staccato, and but you can see like flashes inside the window. There's not, I mean, you can still hear the party going. There's not really any
Like
sound.
gunshots. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a neuralizer went
I mean,
off.
it looks like muzzle flash,
I was gonna say that sounds like muzzle fire.
but it doesn't sound like it. But certainly Sierra, with Sierra's background, and maybe Paul's been around, would at first maybe think, are the cops shooting those kids? But you can still hear like, woo, you can still hear party and music, and the kids that are out in the front yard don't react to it at all.
Okay.
I mean, I think maybe a couple of the ones that are glowing might look back to the house a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of stare at it for a second. But that's just what you get in a glimpse as Vicky peels out to the extent that your car can peel out. Where are you going?
That's a good question. Where are we going, guys?
I
he's
just
got
want.
all that. We can just go hang out at the park or the school field or whatever.
I just want to make clear I'm like gripping onto the like oh shit handle for dear
Right.
life and like just watch the road, don't drive too fast. You had something to jump.
It's like one pub.
You got
Oh,
a
are
Denny's
you-
in this town.
I am from here, so I would probably know a little bit about.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to just like go chill at the school or like where are we going, Sarah? You tell me.
I can't go home like this. Absolutely not. My dad would probably immediately know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't exactly want to show up to my house like this either. My parents would kill me. My mom would take my car.
Yeah, we could probably just chill at a park somewhere.
Well, if you take the road south, there's Nose Point near that island. That's it's a little bit past the RV park. There's what you, being a local, would know as Widow's Bluff park, kind of in the middle of town. You're not supposed to be there, at least, especially not near the edge, because the cliffs are a little bit unstable.
I want to go somewhere like like she said, is there somewhere with like a softball field? That way we can like make the excuse if someone were to come up. Be like, oh, we were just chilling in the park.
Yeah, you could go to the school. I would say that you realize that plausible reason for being there, but also it's kind of in the middle of town. So it's your choice whether you want a plausible reason for being where you are, but also risk having to use that plausible reason as an explanation for why you're out there in the middle of the night, or somewhere where you're less likely to be discovered.
I don't want Vicky driving too far.
It's 5. Nose Point is 5 minutes away.
Okay, let's go there.
Cool.
Hey.
It's one of the places where I mean, up here they call it a beach. By the way, lakes don't have beaches. Just so we're super clear, it's a shore. If you're being generous, but up here it's like, I'm going to the beach. It's like, really? Are you getting on a plane? No, then you're not going to a beach. Anyway, but it's a beach. It is a place where maybe, Sierra, when you were quite young, you took the dare. It is a tradition among local kids to come out at midnight and swim across to Nose Point Island, where there's a ruined shack that everyone calls the witch's hut. There's a rumor
a good idea for Keith.
Yes, it sounds like there's a rumor that a witch lived out there and kidnapped a bunch of kids.
Before.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to make you do initiation, Keith.
Yeah, and
Sure.
kids have been warned away, and there's now a sign posted that says "No swimming after dark, no unattended children," because Peggy Pulaski disappeared here summer before last. But the good news is she came back, so it's you probably figured it was just some little girl looking for attention, pretended to drown. She came back. I mean, she's weird, but anyway. But they don't post lifeguards or anything out here. And the Willow Bluff Police Department is like 4 people. So 3 now because the new mayor is the ex-chief of police. They haven't backfilled his position. So they tend not to patrol over here. Right. So yeah, you can pull up into the little we'll call it a parking lot. It's just a little paved area where a few cars can park. Then there's just kind of scrubby ground, eventually giving way to rocks, kind of relatively well polished, kind of fist-sized rocks, and then down right at the beach you get some real sand with like covering rocks, so it's not the most comfortable. You're not going to be romping around. But yeah, it is quiet. You can see the lights of Willow Bluff sparkling across the lake on the far side. It glows.
A lake?
The town.
Oh.
Not in exactly the same way that it's not as bright. On the whole, it's maybe brighter than you would expect it to be. And that's what attracts your attention, is that it looks like a larger town. Because it's the middle of the night. A lot of the light would just be from people's houses and people, with the exception of like a street light or someone's porch light. You know, you wouldn't expect a lot of lights on in the windows, but it just seems like, oh, maybe people are up late. And then as you look at it, those of you who are familiar with town, so Sierra and Vicky, it's almost like there are more buildings than there should be. It's that same effect that you had looking in the mirror, where you could kind of see both at the same time, where there was an after image. And it's like the clock tower. You can see it because it is underlit. But kind of around it, there's like a slightly larger and taller image of some other clock tower. And as it is wont to do, the clock tower in Willow Bluff chimes. Let's say it chimes 4. Because it's not 4 o'clock. This thing hasn't kept proper time in a century. And then you hear a faint 5th chime echoing across the water. Probably something that neither Keith nor Paul certainly wouldn't pick up on it, but those of you who grew up in Willow Bluff
I'm like blinking hard, like I'm seeing double. Like
Yeah, like Sierra, are you seeing this?
yeah, I feel like I don't know, my vision's blurred and I'm having like double.
Okay, well, remind me next time to not take anything that Jeremy gives me because, oh my gosh, this is just too much. It's not
And
even funny.
remind me not to take anything that you get from Jeremy.
I am a
Listen.
reputable source.
So
Having a
Unless
lot
I
of
get it
fun
from
so
somebody else.
far.
where is
This is-
everyone? Are you sitting in the car?
I think I
I
probably
would've
have that mini conversation with Sierra and then pop my seatbelt off and go and sit on the hood. Probably snag the bottle from Sierra and
Cool.
chug.
Which of course will prompt me to get out of the car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paul?
She's
Oh yeah, I would car as soon as I.
So hop out.
Mhm.
Are you gonna walk down to the shore or just kind of hanging out?
Yeah, I mean I won't get too far from them.
It's like 20
I'm
feet.
gonna hang out. None of the stuff seems strange to me, so
You can hear them talking, and when it's pointed out to you, you can see what they're saying, but you haven't spent your life around this town, so it doesn't strike you as immediately odd and wrong and different as it would someone who is a local. And Key certainly, as you hear Vicky and Sierra talk about what they're seeing, you can see it too.
Mhm.
so that's not normal.
No.
That is not normal. And it is super weird that we are all seeing the same thing.
Yeah.
I can understand like a bad trip and we're seeing things that aren't there, but us all seeing the same things is super weird.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
is
you all
really
said I
weird.
looked funny. What's that about? What do you mean?
Dude, you look
Yep.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
not
kinda look-
completely dead, but like kind of dead.
Wait, do I look like a nerd to you?
We were looking in the mirror. I looked like I had makeup on. She apparently looked like a nerd. I don't know what Johnny Paul over there saw, but we looked different. Go check yourself in the mirror of the rearview mirror of the car. Keith,
Okay.
maybe
Um,
your image is a zombie.
Yeah, I look at myself through the car mirror.
Yep. Gray skin,
Yeah,
milky eyes.
not good.
It's almost like it's like you as you move towards the mirror, you see yourself, and then this other face emerges out for a second and then slowly moves back into alignment. So there's just a momentary glimpse as if this other face, it's your face, but just moved out maybe half an inch. So you see the dead eyes and the gray skin emerge and then sink back in. And if you move your head, there's like a slight delay.
Uh,
I mean, out of character, that's not the worst thing that your double is dead.
You don't know that, Agent Ryan.
I said out of character.
Yes. Meta.
I swear I'm not dead. I
We know, man.
okay. Just
Got a heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm totally not a
Do I-
nerd. So...
Yep.
Oh, I'm
May-
kidding. I'm kidding.
We'll say that, well, just for fun, we'll say that when Vicky pulled in, you did a little bit of a half turn. Just so, like, if you needed to get away, you could just like drive out. Because it's a little bit of a loop, right? It's not like a big square parking lot with spaces. So that way, the look in the mirror is facing back toward the lake.
mhm.
Keith, you're fairly certain that you aren't dead.
Yeah. I think I would remember that, right?
You're fairly certain that the person
And
standing
then the Sixth Sense.
well, you're fairly certain the person standing on the shore is dead, though.
Oh, okay. Wait, what?
While you're looking in the mirror and kind of experimenting with this weird afterimage experience, something white or maybe pale pink catches your eye behind you, and you move your face out of the way so you can get a glimpse. It is a small person standing right at the edge of the shore.
Guys, y'all see
What?
that?
See what?
The
No.
the zombie on the shore?
Oh, well, that's a mean thing to call yourself, Keith. Come on, we gotta work on that
Okay,
self-esteem.
another zombie.
Look back. Sure.
Yeah, look to the shore.
Yeah, so we don't say anything.
You, Paul, are the closest. You look over and it's just dark. And then
May I investigate?
What
You
if
certainly
he
may. Well, but
looks in the water?
well, yeah, you look over and you don't see anything right away, but there's something peaks. You don't see anything, but you get a feeling. So certainly, someone may investigate.
I would like to.
Sure. That I'm going to say that involves like going over and looking.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I was gonna go. I will aid you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand next to Vicky and take a drink of the bottle.
No, we just pass the bottle back and forth.
I turn back to the group and say, maybe you'll think I'm a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, go make
and when
friends
you
with the
look
zombie.
back,
You do that.
when you turn around and look towards the shore, you don't see the figure.
Okay. But I will go to the shore or near
Yeah.
the spot and investigate.
And to be clear,
Well,
the figure
I got a
was not.
6. Help you at all.
Say it again.
You're 6.
I said I got a 6, so I don't help at all.
Okay.
It's a discovery.
Yes, it's a discovery. We'll get to that in a second once we reveal what's actually happening. So, Keith, no help. What'd you get?
Got a 7
Oh,
plus 2.
oh, that's good. That's a 9.
9.
That's
yeah.
okay. That's a question.
Yep. What here is not what it appears to be.
Well, you. That's for sure. You look where you saw the person, and there's no one there. However, there are a set of wet footprints in the sand, and you can see drips as if someone was walking out of the water. And you can swear that you see, and it's dark, right? There's no street lamp out here. All you've got is this weird glow sense you have. And even things that aren't glowing seem more real, and like your vision just seems much more acute. You can't tell if it's the reflection of the moon on the water or if something pale is moving in the water itself. Paul. When was a time that you felt beset by the supernatural?
So it'd be what? Like a couple of years ago. It's like the first time fully that happened, and it was maybe a month after my mom passed away in a weird accident, and I was never into it. It was never a thing I was like, oh yeah, this is totally real. It just kind of happened. I started hearing her voice, like she was talking to me. And it wasn't like, oh, hey, son, I love you type stuff, right? It was like screaming at me, warnings, stuff about a necklace. I didn't even understand half of it. And then one night, like I actually saw her. She appeared to me, and like no one would believe me. Some of my aunts thought I was crazy. So after it happened a couple more times, I just skipped town. was like, maybe it's the house, maybe it's where I was like, nope, I'm gone. I'm out. Let's just keep moving. So whatever it is can't catch up.
But if you stay anywhere long enough,
It catches up to
well, you haven't been here very long. But maybe you're starting to feel like it's caught up to you somehow. In that moment of kind of thinking back, Keith is the first to realize that definitely there is something under the water.
There's something in the water, guys.
Several
And
somethings.
I first backpedal to the car and then turn and like kind of hop, skip, run back up to it.
scum.
Something like bad?
Many somethings.
Like coming out of the water
Well,
or just in the water? Are you sure it's not just like fish? Like what?
I think Paul, having been lost in reflection in a moment, is close enough. And you do that thing when you're having a memory where your eyes kind of go unfocused and you look up a little bit. You're not really paying attention when they lurch out of the water. And are going to attempt to take hold of you.
Did Keith leave his bat?
No,
Keith still got the bat.
Yep.
So
No, I meant, did you like leave it when you went down to the water, like in the car or anything?
yeah, I think you're probably holding on to that thing for dear life. You probably still have the baseball with you as well. So I think the first thing that happens is I think I would need you to defy or overcome, Paul.
Okay.
Your choice, whether you want to dodge back or whether you want to, as soon as you feel hands, cold, wet hands grabbing you, wrench yourself away and stumble back.
Wrench myself away and stumble back.
All right. That is going to be a might. Roll plus might.
Okay, I'm going to use the Matador for the and have an advantage on this one test.
Okay.
And a hit for the test will mark a discovery.
Let's
Let's see if that happens though. No might. I actually have negative might. So it's something negative. Oh, that's a 5.
Oh no.
Somewhere.
You still get that.
Okay, we're coming, Paul.
I mean, we do have one major boon.
Oh, we have a major boon. That is a reroll.
Yes.
You may reroll up to the total of your dice, or you may reroll the low one. Like if you rolled a 4 and a 1, for example, you might want to just keep the 4 and reroll the 1.
I rolled a 3 and a 2. So like I don't know. Do you guys feel like this is the time to use that?
You may as well.
I mean, probably.
I mean, we'll come to your aid, but if hopefully,
If you don't mind, I'm going to try to use it.
Probably a good idea.
Use it or lose it.
That's still a 5.
Oh no. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that is you have a moment of like the whatever mechanism that runs the universe, i.e. chat, is trying to give you help and it just doesn't work. So yeah, they're not strong, but they're inexorable. Like you go to jerk your arms back and it's not the strength of their muscles that are holding your arms. It's like you just pull back to the point where their little arms go to full extension. It's like their hands are stuck to you. Everyone sees. It's like between looking over as Paul starts to react, you all look over and blink. And in that instant when you blink, there are 14, 15 little girls. Their clothing is not identical. Their hair is not identical, but their faces are identical.
I'll punch a kid.
And they are, to the extent that they can, crowding around and holding on to Paul. Mostly like the lower arms and legs. And they're just, some of them are being yanked around. Their feet are absolutely planted in the ground, but their arms and torsos are being yanked around as he struggles. And then as one, they begin to pull.
Okay, tug of war. I'm running to Paul to try to tug him back the other way.
All right. I think that's going to be an overcome from you. What is Keith doing?
I would like to assist by, or rather, I'm gonna ask the players. Do you think it's better for me to assist SJ, or to make a separate roll and like try to hit or use my bat?
Don't miss and then hit us.
Yeah, you could fight him. You could try to defend Paul. You could try to help with the tug of war. There's a variety of different things that you could do. I'm going to say that
it wouldn't be the worst to try to smack them with a bat while I'm pulling so that they loosen their grip or something.
Given the relative size and how they're crowded around, I'm going to say only one person can attempt to pull Paul free.
Okay.
But other people could assist with that, like by grabbing Sierra around the waist and helping. Or you could just start swinging.
I would narratively, I would start swinging.
Cool.
Mechanically, do you think that's better to be an assist or
you don't know
move?
You don't know. Depends on the rolls, right?
Yeah.
Before I forget, Paul, you need to take a stress. You're not taking physical harm from the hands, but I'm going to say the consequence of failing to get away is that they've got you, and that's probably enough to take a stress. Don't you think?
Yeah. I don't want to take a dive.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to pull you underwater. You're pretty sure.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Might.
Yeah, I would like to assist SJ.
Okay, so you're not going to fight.
Correct.
Okay. Cool. So what are you doing, Vicky? Other than freaking out.
Yeah. Can I try to analyze the NPCs?
You could, yes, you could analyze them. I think I'd like you to recall first and then analyze. So the first one is plus intellect.
That's an 8.
Okay. And which is a hit. So you get to pick one. I'm going to say it's the first one.
Yeah.
I mean, you can choose something else, but the first one is the one I had in my mind.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That is Peggy Pulaski. Sorry, those are Peggy Pulaski's. Those are the little girl who disappeared summer before last.
Okay.
Because you know her. You've seen her around town.
Yeah.
You probably know her older sister.
Probably.
And you know that when she came back, she was strange.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a weirdo.
She's fine now, but for a period of time. There was this thing where the pupil of one of her eyes would split and form almost like a infinity sign, and then they would go back together. That hasn't happened in a while, though. She seems fine.
Weirdo.
She's in band. She's going to be a model.
Oh, yeah. She gets to model all those unicorn clothes.
Yeah. The famous fashion designer in town is going to make her, rainbow pegacorn outfit for the next fashion show. She's very excited. Between that and playing bassoon in the band, she is...
Rainbow pegacorn.
Yeah. She's completely normal. But these are other ones.
Yeah. Cool. All right. And then can I analyze too?
Yeah, now you can analyze. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is going to be with a +1 because you successfully recalled.
Okay. Cool. That's a 9.
All right. So you get to choose a question and then either suffer a stress or make a hard choice. I can present you with a hard choice.
I think I would like to know one special ability they might have. And then I'll probably suffer another stress because I think Vicky's freaking out because this is really weird.
Yes. The special ability is that there's lots of them. Like, there's more in the water. And as you watch, like, time slows down a little bit, and you're still under the effect of the substance. So you're seeing things very clearly. Like where one was, now there are two. It's like one of them steps aside to get a better hold while the other one stays there. They're multiplying. That's their power. Well, sorry. One special ability they have.
Ooh. We need to leave, and I'm gonna get in the car and turn it on and hope that they
Don't
make it.
help me, Vicky, if you leave.
I'm not leaving, I'm just getting the car ready.
Cool. So I assume that Keith and C are going to try to yank Paul out of their grip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
And rules question. I'm trying to assist Sierra. She's doing a defy overcome. Is the assist purely 2d6, or is it 2d6 plus a
Might.
attribute?
Yeah, 2d6 plus attribute. And if I recall correctly, because I don't think this is on the one sheet, but if I recall from skimming the full game, it is the appropriate attribute. So you could, for example, help. Yeah. Is that right?
Oh, right.
Okay.
100% correct. It doesn't always have to be might for overcome obstacle. It kind of depends on what you describe that you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you can figure out a way, like, I'm going to overcome obstacle by thinking my way around it, right? You could use intellect or whatever. It sort of depends.
Yeah.
I'm using might because I have 2 in might, and I'm physically trying to use all my strength to pull him.
And unless Keith can think of some creative reason to use something other than just brute force, it's brute force.
Well, that's my question. Because SJ is using one attribute, does the help need to reflect that, or can I use a separate attribute to help?
It can be a separate attribute. In this case, I would say because of the fiction of your helping to pull, it would be hard to do that with, say, rapport.
I have a suggestion.
Sure.
You mentioned that there are points when these Peggies split. After they split, but before the second one gets a better grip, there's a moment in time where they have not yet made it more difficult. I would like to use reflexes to knock those ones back.
Oh yeah, to time it. Yeah, so reflexes would work in this case to time your tug just right. And it's less about the splitting; it's just more about they're all trying to get more hands on him. So you're just in that moment of hyper awareness, waiting for when you think that their total grip is less to really give an extra yank. So yes, go ahead and let's do the assist first.
Okay. That would be a 8 plus 1. So still,
so 9. So
9.
Plus 1 to Sierra, and any bad consequence that she suffers, you suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got a 7, but I have 2, so that's 9.
10 with a plus 1.
1, so 10.
Well, the good news is that I will say is sufficient. We're kind of doing this a little bit differently than, it's not just that you avoid danger, but I will say that you are able to pull Paul free. A little. Combined, you're able to pull Paul free. What you doing there, Paul? Your friend.
Run.
Okay.
I get.
Get in the car, get in the car, get in the car.
Cool. There is a bright flash of light out a couple hundred yards on the lake.
On the island that you said is out there?
Yeah. There is a flash on that little island. And it's just like there's like 7 trees and like rocks. And there is, in fact, a very dilapidated cabin out there, the so-called witch's hut. Which you really, I mean, you maybe saw a little bit of it in the moon, but it was very, very pitch black. But in a moment, it's illuminated. You can see backlit the busted out windows of this hut. You can see even little fine lines as the like through the clapboard siding of this hut. It shines in bright beams out the areas where the shingles have fallen away and the part of the roof that has slightly collapsed. Every branch, every winter leaf that has refused to fall, every little rock outcropping and stick fallen on the ground is just imprinted on your retina from this massive flash of light. Clear your eyes, kind of stumbling away. No more Peggies.
Okay, leaving here.
Yeah.
This feels less and less like a bad trip. That was like that happened, right? That like physically happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Once your eyes reacclimate to the darkness, you see a faint of light. Nowhere near as bright, but it's from the same location.
I kind of want to go out there and see what happened.
Yeah, why don't you do the dare, bud? We'll be back here.
Have fun.
Not going near that water.
I mean, they're not here anymore. So,
Yep.
You're
They
not
weren't
above the
there
water
before.
anymore.
I mean, I was the one who saw them in the first place, and you thought they were fishes. So, yeah, I'm going to go out and gonna see what that thing is.
How are you gonna get out there?
I'm going to swim.
Dude. That's a bad idea.
You said it was a dare. You can't
You-
turn down a dare, bro.
You are drunk and on whatever it is we took.
Maybe.
Swimming is not a good idea.
There might be a raft or a canoe. You haven't looked around.
But the dare
Look, I've
means
heard
I have
horror
to swim.
stories from my parents about pulling people out of the water that decided to drink and boat.
We just saw one of the people that, supposedly maybe died over there, but then came back. Like,
Yeah, see, she came back. I'll be fine.
yeah, and then she came back as that.
I'm
Is that-
already that, apparently. So it doesn't matter.
I mean, look, if you want to risk getting turned into a zombie and drowning under the water or whatever, then go for it. But this is freaky.
Out of
I also
curiosity,
got a car.
oh yeah, it's true. Out of curiosity, who has the highest awareness?
I do.
Like Keith, yeah,
Yeah, it's like I have a plus
I
one.
have a 0.
+2 awareness, -1 int.
Cool. Why don't you? It's not a move. I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
clearly -1 int.
Right. I'm curious, Keith. As you're talking to your friends, go ahead and just give me a straight roll plus awareness. I'm just curious.
That would be a 10.
Don't listen to him. Just curious does not mean just curious.
You are facing away from the lake as you're talking to your friends, and you're like, "No, it'll be fine. It'll be cool. There's something out there," and you do feel there's something. And maybe it's good. I mean, whatever that flash of light was drove the little monsters away. It seems, we'll say, part of you finds it alluring. You notice some flickering of light off in the woods across the road.
The same kind of flickering that we saw back at the house.
Yeah. You think it's like a flickering light, then you realize it's solid light that's passing behind trees.
Mm-hmm. Hey, guys, looks like those things are coming for us too. Like the things at the house, and I point at the woods.
We see him too.
Yeah, now that they're pointed out. Because we'll say that all your backs were turned, so Keith being the most observant and also facing the right direction just happened to see it.
Well, we have enough time to make it to the car.
Or to the island.
Maybe.
I'm going to...
Okay, fine.
Well, the problem is if they're going to get to us before we can get to the car, we have to go to the island.
I mean, they're moving. I mean, it's a risk. You could certainly risk it.
I do.
How bad was Vicky driving on the way here?
I'm looking out. And like, but by this, I want to do it with like, again, how fast are they moving? Like,
yeah.
Which is the better direction to go to get away from them?
Yep.
And I would like to do that with. I would like to suggest like I'm sort of calculating this based upon distances, so doing it with intellect as opposed to rapport.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Makes perfect sense.
Let me see if I can roll. 3. Woo! I got one. A 12. 12. Yeah. It's 12.
Oh, awesome. Cool. Ask away.
All right. So.
Probably what's most useful to you, the car or a canoe or something.
Yeah.
Someone out.
And if none of them fit perfectly, we can obviously be creative about exactly how we word it.
Well, I think I do want to determine, even though like we're making assumptions, I do want to determine their current motives by their movement. By the quickness of their movement.
Yes. You have seen enough TVs and movie that it looks like a SWAT raid. It looks like their motive is to attack, but it doesn't appear like they're rushing forward to punch you. They're moving very quickly and intentionally from cover to cover. But it looks like they clearly know where you are and are headed to an advantageous position, you believe likely with not very friendly motives.
They're definitely here for us. Is there a canoe?
It doesn't mean that you can't get to the car.
Question?
In terms of and you've got other questions too, right? Because you got a full success.
Oh, right. So. Well. Yes. What item or object here? Do you mind if I go to investigate?
Sure.
I think you only get one.
Yeah, it's fine.
But what item or object here is useful to me? I think it was a good suggestion. I'm going to go with it.
Yes. There is, in fact, a probably leftover from last year. There's one of those paddle bikes. Like it's like there's a little bit of a pier and a rusty, and like one of its inflated little paddle wheels is probably slightly full of water, so it lists a little bit. But as you look around, it just so happens that a little bit of a wave on the lake makes it bounce up against this pier, so you hear that kind of hollow sloshing sound, which directs your attention towards a little pedal bike. And by little, I mean it's the kind that 2 people can pedal, and you probably could fit all 4 of you on there if you wanted to. But to answer your overarching question, you could certainly make a run for it. You don't think they could, like if you guys did a full out run to the car, you don't think that they could, with a full out run, get to you before you could get in the car. It would be a close thing if they also changed their tactics and just did a full out run and tried to tackle you. It'd be a race.
And we can't see that they like closed off the road or it cut off anything.
Mm-mm. You don't see any vehicles.
And Vicky already ran to the car to start it.
Well,
Yeah,
was
Vicky-
going to. This is all kind of happening at once. I kind of want to get a sense of what everyone's doing.
She would be ahead of us,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I left the car. I was on the hood, and then as
Yeah.
you guys went to the car, I was getting in to start it.
Okay. Then Paul says, "Let's get the hell out of here." Wants to run toward the car. What is everybody else? I don't know what anybody else is doing.
And Vicky's already there, like, I'm going to the car.
Like,
Yeah.
getting in the car and starting it up.
Scary as it is.
So
How bad of a driver was she on the way here? I'm not
I
going
mean,
by myself on a paddle bike for one. I'm going in the car.
so rules question, Peary.
Yeah.
How does one handle gunfire?
Oh my god.
So some of that is in the very back of the module, and really it's you just take an amount of stress. And when it comes to narrator moves, different NPCs or different items give the narrator different moves, and it's like, all right, take so much trauma.
Yep.
Maybe trauma and stress, kind of up to you.
Yep.
Um,
But from
just happens.
the player perspective, I assume that there's an option to, for example, attempt to dodge. So like a reflexes to see if you can avoid being shot. Correct?
Sort of. That's kind of like on their turn. They sort of determine, maybe something will happen, especially if it's coming from surprise, right? But it's probably not going to put you down instantly.
Yeah.
So you have the idea to fight back or just get the heck out of the way, surrender. It's kind of up to you in the moment as to what you do.
I think because
But there's
Vicky, yeah, I think because Vicky is up close, right? Because you're at the car as you climb in and start, and of course, it's a 1970 VW Beetle. It's not necessarily the most well-tuned machine ever. You probably aren't super assiduous with getting its oil changes, by which I mean just pouring more oil into it because it probably has a leak. You very clearly see what is obviously these figures stepping out of a line of trees and bracing. Again,
It's gonna be like a horror movie that
all you're seeing is the glow around the figure. They look like glowing shadows almost. All you can see is the slightly coruscating light around their figure. But it looks a lot like they're taking aim. What do you do?
I drop below, trying to get down from the windshield. I'm still trying to start the car at the same time.
All right.
But I'm just trying to get out of line of sight.
Cool. Why don't you go ahead and roll plus reflexes for me?
Oh boy. 7.
All right. Would you like to put yourself in a bad position or suffer an additional stress or one trauma? I will decide which.
I'll probably suffer another stress or trauma.
Okay. Go ahead and click that box then.
So that's a red box.
Yeah,
on
it's a red box under stress. What happens now? Is that a derangement? So you hit so
I'm so excited. God.
I'm gonna say paranoia is probably the thing that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Because like weird things are coming out of nowhere to try to kill you. You are now 100% convinced, and maybe part of you is starting to do that thing where, was this all a setup? Did they lure me out there? Do they know? Is this some sort of payback for something that you've done in the past? Was this all a setup just to get you out here alone? And now you've got these weird glowy things. Is any of this real? Don't know. What the rest of you see is these figures come out, and Sierra recognizes this very, very clearly. Exactly what they're doing. And I can see it in my mind, but it's very, very difficult for me to describe. It's almost like the image of the car cracks in spot. Like, instead of being a three-dimensional object, it's a matte painting on glass. And spider webs of shatter appear. And again, kind of like an overlay. Like, you can see, like, the car is not damaged. Like, there aren't actual physical holes in it, but something about its image cracks and little holes appear. I suspect Vicky is yelling or screaming or something.
Just absolutely screaming.
Oh yeah, if I see them too, like, you know, in a stance, you're gonna yell at everyone to get low, stay low.
Yeah.
I don't want to say just get down because I want us to keep moving towards the car, but
Cool. They
does the
begin.
car still look like an option?
Well, they begin to advance. I think as soon as you yell out, get low, stay low, keep moving, you can see a couple of them maintaining point on the car, like maybe 2, but the remaining 7 swing in your direction and begin kind of a low trot toward you, going off in 2 different directions. There's a little bit of like a mound on the side of the road. It looks like at least a couple of them are going for high ground to get a close beat on you.
Guess it's a race. Let's go.
Car is still an option, right? Like with all the cracks and stuff, it still looks
It's
like
hard
we can
to.
use it.
I mean, it kind of depends on like which eye you look at it out of.
I'm just
Because
gonna assume
there's this like
I don't want to get shot in the back trying to make it to the thing, and then we're out in the water with no cover on a little paddle bike that may or may not work.
Yep.
It's like the best option to keep going for the car.
So we'll start with Keith. What is Keith doing?
Well, Sierra and Paul started to like walk or run towards the car when all this gunfire or whatever happened. So Keith turns around, like looks at the island. Water's probably going to be too cold anyways, and runs towards the car.
You also see the paddle thing,
Yeah.
if you would like.
Yeah, but it's a dare.
Oh, yeah, it's probably too cold to do the dare.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So Keith just starts running. Sierra notices that they completely ignore Keith. Like he's never gotten any training. Like he's never observed any kind of tactical maneuvers or anything like that. So he's just like running, and he's putting himself directly in fire. And like you start to yell out like, "Oh my God, he's gonna be shot." The figures don't even flinch. They don't react at all as he goes tromping toward the car.
Really?
That kind of. I'm pretty sure Keith expects some gunfire. Like he's seen movies. Like you run towards the car and you get shot at.
But it's always at your feet, and yeah.
Yeah. No one's shooting, and that's weird.
Yeah.
Can I roll something to try to?
Sure.
Would this be a no, or recall, or?
I think it would be like if you were trying to recall something that you'd seen, so you could like duplicate a maneuver. Like what's that thing? Like they do this combat roll and they try to take cover. Like you're trying to take something that you've never like done before, but to acquire a skill. That would probably be a no or recall.
Okay. I'm trying to understand why I'm not being shot at. So
I think that's probably analyze.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll. That is 2 + 3 on the die, and awareness is 2, so 7 total.
7 total. All right. So pick one and then choose to suffer a stress or make a hard choice.
Now tell me if this is outside of the rules, but determine one special ability the character has. This character, Keith. What's it? Is that applicable, or is it specifically targeting?
I mean, no, but sure.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, technically you're trying to figure out what's going on with them, but
Okay.
you're also trying to figure out like why they're not reacting to you the way you would expect.
Okay, so then let's just simplify it. Determine the character's current motives.
They're trying to kill everyone but you.
Right.
They don't appear to be able to. That they are either totally in a very disciplined fashion ignoring you, or they don't even know that you're there.
So once I think of that, I stop running. Sierra and Paul, you just see me stand there, like looking around.
What are you doing? Get down.
They're
Yeah.
not shooting at me.
A couple of them actually are, as they start to close in, get pretty close to you. And Sierra, you see them. They not just like at a distance they had a pretty good shot, but there's zero chance that they missed him. But they appear to be completely nonplussed.
So you want to be here alone? Get in the car.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Figure it out later.
So everyone else who's attempting to get in the car, I would like you to go ahead and roll plus reflexes to see if you get shot.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh. We have one major boon.
And a bane.
Oh, there's a bane.
You got a 12?
Fuck.
Oh,
I got a
excellent.
3.
Oh no. Okay,
Well,
so
a 4 plus reflexes.
cool. So yeah. So Paul just
Probably because I was yelling at Keith.
yes, you were distracted
Yeah.
by Keith. And probably your instincts are to like maybe like you run over to like try to tackle him and take him down, which then exposes you. Paul has apparently seen some stuff because he just like it's fancy footwork, it's zigzag, serpentine,
Serpentine.
stop, drop, crawl, roll, and then you just instinctively keep the car between you and them for whatever good that will do. And there are more of these, like, it's not like they don't see you and they are trying to shoot you, but you're just hard to hit. You watch in this slow time as a bullet passes close enough by your head that you feel the rush of wind. And it's almost like you can see the compression wave in the air, but instead of smooth liquid ripples, it's like spinning shards of glass
Oh, wow.
catching in the moonlight. Like you just like slow time see this thing go by you. That's weird. But you make it and are probably because the driver's side is probably the most protected. You've opened the door and are like smashing Vicky into the steering wheel as you try to climb into the back seat. Keith just probably walks around to the passenger side.
Actually, like I'm just like I would like to wait until Sierra gets in the car.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens.
Right.
You might have to help me into the car. Keith?
Exactly. I'm not in the car yet.
So you get over close to it and then turn, since you're not under any threat, turn to watch just in time to see Sierra take one in the chest. And it is the same effect. It's like she was wearing a glass or crystal shell that perfectly fitted her like every wrinkle in her clothes, and it cracks and spider webs and rebounds a little bit. The glow shudders like a candle that's almost blown out. Sierra, I think I would like you to take 3 stress.
Okay, well, that puts me over the red.
Yeah, I think in your case, you tell me. I think the delusion that you're physically shot. I think you feel like you've been shot. But in some, I mean, you've never been shot, so you don't know. But like maybe you've learned enough from your folks to realize that it's not like you're shot and suddenly you feel pain. It's like you feel pressure and like numbness, and you do.
I'm in shock.
Yeah. So you have been shot, and you mentally believe that it is a big old hole in your torso. So I'm going to say you probably.
I'm like putting pressure on it, even though there's nothing there, because I feel like it's going to like start like gushing blood. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm just in shock, and the adrenaline is why it hasn't hit me yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see this and I rush over to Sierra. I say, "You're going to be fine. You're going to be okay. We're going to get you into the car. We're good." Like,
I'd say so I would do a discovery, right?
mm-hmm.
Oh yes, that's right. I keep forgetting that when you guys fail, we need discoveries. So go ahead and
probably.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's probably like the time, like, because in classic army medic fashion, like when I really hurt myself, I probably like broke my arm, and classic army medic was like, "Oh, you're fine. Here's some Motrin." Until like my mom got home and was like, "Her arm is broken," and
Oh yeah. A time when retroactively asked like when was the time when you were very badly hurt but no one believed it? Like you knew it was bad but no one around you believed it, because that's about what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So do you stumble toward the car or do you take shelter?
I mean, I'm gonna put my hand to my chest, like do it, and then like kind of like I'm thinking I'm going to die, so I'm probably like slowly like I'm hit, like hoping probably Keith will help me to the car.
Yes. Yep. So you see her go down,
Mm-hmm.
clutching her chest.
Yep. I rush over, say, "You're going to be fine," which probably also like contributes to that whole flashback thing.
Yes.
And try to help her into the car.
Cool. I would like you to defend Sierra.
That's 5 + 1.
Oh, that's not
I
good.
didn't use the major boon on myself. So
That's true.
Still available.
Yeah, I mean, the two people's sanity and or life could be in the balance. This might be a time to use it up.
If you say so, I will.
You don't have to.
I
Keep out here just for the discoveries.
Do it.
It's true. And you still get the discovery even if you boon out of it.
Oh, that's good to know.
Because
I
it's
rolled.
like, go ahead. What'd you get?
I used the boon.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 2 and a 1.
Oh,
You could have
yay.
only just re-rolled one.
Oh well,
You don't have to re-roll both.
it's too late. So yeah, that's fine. The fates are speaking to you through your dice. So
-1 int. Sorry.
yeah. So what happens when you fail? I'm gonna say everything bad, because why not? So when was a time that Keith did something that he thought was the right thing and it blew up in his face, like in a really bad way?
I'm going to say that he talked to the wrong person about the wrong thing, and that ended up with his brother getting in jail. But like, a parent overheard or something, and everything just backfired because
Yeah. You probably thought you were doing a good thing.
Yeah, I thought it was a good thing, but
Yeah.
it turned out to be a very, very bad thing.
And it cost you and someone you cared about.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I think Sierra takes 3 more stress.
I hit another red.
Oh, let's see.
No.
I think in this case,
This dude Keith's in on it. They're not shooting at him.
yeah. I think
Already
paranoia
dead.
makes sense. I think paranoia makes sense in this case. It's almost because he's being so nonchalant. And because it was a fail, I think I would like Keith to take a point of stress from the look in Sierra's face.
Fair.
As another, and you're close enough, you can just see whatever this shell is around her just shatter out. Like this substance explodes from the impact, and then these little tiny shards hang in the air and then back. But you can still see the spider webs. And the light dims even further. It's brighter along the lines of the cracks. And it almost looks like some sort of, like if light could be viscous, like there's some leakage from the now 2 bullet holes in Sierra. It starts to pour out, and then it's almost like as soon as it hits the air, it just turns into a mist. And that glow around her flickers.
I think I'm tripping out and I'm actually bleeding out. This is blood. My mind is just making it light.
Yeah. You're convinced that Keith is in on it, and that you're actually shot and dying. You are acting as if those are all wounds, even though they're just, or trauma, even though it's just stress. You are real close to going out.
Yeah.
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 A little bit more stress, and Sierra
I am
gone.
going out the car. I'm like, I'm dying. He's in on it. He's one of them.
He is.
But no,
and then Vicky, who is also paranoid, is like, yes, they're all in on it.
And the car drives away, and
I don't know,
move
does
the
it?
little paddle boat.
Does it? But you still help Sierra in the car, right?
I do, or I attempt to.
Oh, we gotta
Yeah.
bring him with us for questioning.
Right.
Yeah. It's fine. So, what do you do?
Everybody
So, Vicky is going to try to
wait.
drive away.
I tell you, she can get her beetle to go.
I need pressure. I need someone to put pressure on my wounds.
Oh, down, Sierra! Somebody pour the
Vicky,
alcohol on it.
do you wait until I'm in the car, or do you
Yes,
speed off?
because regardless of how paranoid I am, I want to question you about why you're trying to get Sierra killed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Major Bane, it doesn't start.
Oh no! You broke my car!
He was nowhere near your car.
He absolutely did it. It's all his fault.
We should have gone to the island.
Okay, now what do we do? Okay.
Can I hotwire it real quick?
You can certainly attempt to. I don't think it's going to help
be,
what's actually wrong with it.
Right, yeah, who knows?
I think it's probably recall.
Okay.
Don't you think to either know or recall how to actually do it, or try to
Yeah,
find some way
that
like
makes sense.
bypass the starter, or I don't know.
Like intellect.
Yeah.
All right. 10, 11.
Cool. Do you want me to tell you something important about the world, or recall how to fix something?
Right now, recall how to fix something.
Cool.
Made him see.
Maybe you had a friend or a family member who had, or maybe just in your life, you were exposed to someone who was a little bit of a gearhead. You're fairly certain that you could, like, it's got battery. It's not the battery. but it's probably something, whatever rudimentary electrical system this thing has. You're fairly certain that if you could pop the hood or the bonnet, you could jimmy with it to get it going.
I got the I did do it.
What?
Run outside, pop the hood. I'm going to tell you how to get this thing started.
Okay. I open the door, run outside,
Cool.
pop the hood.
The figures surround the car. I would like everyone but Keith to go ahead and roll plus reflexes to duck down and not be shot in the face.
If I see all these people aiming, I would also like to fight.
I got a 10, but I still think I'm shot.
No, a 10 is a full pass. You're good.
I got an 8.
Is this a new scene?
Maybe they just don't focus on me because I'm already hit.
When did you use your Matador? That was with the little girls. So this is the same scene as with the little girls.
Was it the same scene? Never mind then. All right, yeah. Good deal.
Oh.
That's a 6. So that's a discovery again. This 3 now.
It's awesome. It's a discovery. Cool. That's good. We're getting close. So bad things happen to Paul. Vicky, you can suffer a stress or put yourself in a bad position.
Probably gonna wind up in a bad position.
Okay. I'll think about what that means. And Keith is going to attempt to fight.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Go ahead and roll. Plus might. You still got your baseball bat.
Mm-hmm. That would be an 11.
Ooh, that is very, very good. So go ahead and choose whether you want to inflict additional trauma, put them in a bad position, or gain +1 on your next action against that one glowing shadow person.
I would like to put them in a bad position.
Cool. So you swing for the head. And it's like the bat, like you don't really feel it connect, but it's like the bat grabs a hold of the glow that lets you discern their figure and like pulls it with it like a vapor trail of glow. I would even say that now that you're up close enough, from a distance, it looks like a steady kind of diffuse glow. But it's actually these very fine particles. There's a little bit of a fish scale kind of spinning of these little motes of glow. And you just disrupt it. And that figure doesn't react like he got hit in the head with a full-on swing from a Louisville Slugger, but does begin to like stumble around like it can't see. It doesn't fall down or anything like that. It doesn't react like it was in pain, but it looks disoriented and it's kind of reaching its arms out. And several of the others look in its direction.
Does it have a weapon that it was shooting with?
You can see the way that its hands are held, that it's holding something, but that whatever that thing is doesn't glow.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
I was going to attempt to take the weapon at next,
I mean,
but if
you can, but it's empty air as far as you can tell.
Exactly. So.
Yep. But it doesn't mean that you can't try.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think we resolved all of the stuff. So Keith is out. Paul is going to try to talk him through fixing this thing's alternator or whatever. Under fire. How did Vicky put herself in a bad situation? I think Vicky was like trying to scrunch down as much as you possibly could. The door latches on this thing are not necessarily the best. So you pop the door open and fall out on your back. You're now on the ground.
Yep. Probably still screaming.
That's why we wear seatbelts.
Well, you hadn't had a chance.
Leaving Keith.
Do 1970s VW Beetles even have seatbelts? 1970. I don't know.
I don't
Maybe.
think so.
Maybe not. I mean, seatbelts are shockingly new. But yeah, so you look up and you see figures coming all around you.
I want to get back in the car.
Failed.
Yeah, yes, Paul.
Happened with the failed roll that I had.
Yes. What? What was a time when you realized what it meant to be doomed?
Probably about the 4th town that I went to, and I was there for maybe 3 days, and she kept showing up. But it wasn't like, oh, I see her and she's screaming. It's like terrible things started to happen, specifically to me in that case. Cars would swerve and almost hit me. Things like that. Like I'd see her and then something terrible would happen. I'd either almost be injured or would be injured. Survive, but yeah, from then on, I just knew I had to keep moving. I couldn't stay anywhere for more than a night.
Yep. Well, you see her.
Did I take any trauma or stress from that shot?
Yeah. I think the same 3.
Well, that puts me over the first one.
So I think maybe delusion.
That makes a lot of sense.
Or, I mean, maybe it's a delusion that's been there a while. We don't know.
Maybe it's a phobia because you see the thing that's been chasing you.
Well, not exactly. That's a complicated relationship, right?
Just
She is not screaming.
Okay.
She looks intent. And she is pointing. You can't hear.
Where?
She's pointing right about here on your chest.
No.
Pointing at it. Like she's trying to communicate to you. And she's nodding. Do it. And you can, and maybe you can't hear the voice because there's a lot of screaming going on, and she's just kind
Mainly from Sierra.
yeah, she's kind of standing like in the middle of the road, glowing, pointing, and you can see her mouth. They will kill you. Do it.
All right. Said Vicky's fallen out of the car.
Is probably trying to scramble back, but she had tried to scrunch herself down into the wheel well, and then like hit the lever or just put too much pressure, and the door popped out, and then she fell out on her back with her legs kind of in the wheel well, and is probably just now trying to get out.
And Sierra's dying in the back.
Yes.
I think I'm dying in the back.
Keith is fine.
Keith is just having a good old time swinging away at these shadows.
Okay, let's do it.
So you reach up.
Grab whatever's at my chest that's not really there. Maybe is.
Well, it's that same,
Yeah.
it's that same like static electric charge thing, but something about the intent. And again, it's like you you reach for it, and you're looking down to see if you can see it, but it's a little bit high up. You can't quite get it in, but you can feel it. And it's almost like instead of lagging behind, this other hand reaches a little bit faster for it. And you can see those fingers clasp something as your own fingers feel. And it's not so much that you can really feel a physical object, but you can feel when your fingers sync up with that ghost image. Boom. Bright burst of light from the island. Same after images, only this time it's mostly just the glare. For those of you who are inside the car, the glare of this bright light from outside scattered by whatever bugs and dust are on the windshields and the side windows. In that glare, you can see the windows are broken. You can see the bright light piercing bullet holes in this vehicle. You can even see in that momentary flash, Sierra, bloody, huge gaping holes in her torso, smeared with blood, very pale, totally going to shock. You see, probably Keith has the best one to see. You're rearing up to do another blow on one of these things. It's just obliterated. Whatever that flash of light just completely washes out the glow around them. And as soon as you blink your eyes, you don't see him. Out there on the island, that same low glow.
Well, that settles it. I'm going to the island. That's the second time it saved us. Who's coming with?
I'm dying.
Are all of them gone?
Fine.
Yeah.
Is she actually dying?
I think I am.
Yeah. Her glow is very erratic. But like there's no blood. There's no hole. Her physical body seems sound and whole. She's freaking right out though, for sure. And is probably just about to hyperventilate and pass out. Like eyes wide, sheen of sweat, breathing shallow and fast.
Mechanically, one more stress and it's all over for Sierra. She's out.
Yeah. Did someone take the little first aid thingy?
I did.
Too bad you're too delusional and paranoid to use it on yourself.
Vicky, you okay?
Yeah.
I mean, you got the wind knocked out of you a little bit.
Yeah. It's fine. I'm fine. Sierra got shot. We should fix that. Don't be such a baby.
Only shot twice.
You're fine. There's not like any blood.
Calm her down.
Yeah, sure, whatever. There's probably like a blanket in the trunk or something.
I think Paul and Sierra are in the back seat, right? Because
Yeah.
like I would be the last one in.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I'm just
I'll pop the trunk and get a blanket out of the back and go like throw it on Sierra and be like, it's okay. You're gonna be okay.
Now, is there a move or so like a take a breather kind of situation, particularly for stress?
There's a thing you can do. It's not totally move, but it's when you have time, you can rest and reflect, and it either can help you heal some trauma or heal some stress.
Cool.
And there's not necessarily, I don't think that there is a role for it necessarily. I believe it's just sort of up to the narrator as to what makes sense for the time that you have.
Yeah. Well, I think you're not currently under immediate threat. Paul thinks he could get the car started again, but it's going to take some tinkering. Although not being shot out by glowing ghosts or shadows or whatever is probably a benefit on that front. But we'll say, just for the sake of the narrative, that it's a little bit more complicated than you immediately thought it might be. Like you thought maybe it's just a spark plug that's loose. And it's like, no, this is going to take a little bit more. You're going to have to plumb your knowledge and maybe take some time. So in that time, everyone gets a chance to rest and reflect.
Why are they leaving and fixing the car when I was shot? I'm like, put pressure on my chest. Tell my dad.
Vicky's probably in the back seat with
tell
you,
my
like,
dad he's
taking
an
the
asshole.
blanket. I tell him that it's like father, like daughter.
I will say that with help from Vicky, and frankly, just enough time elapsing, Sierra, when you don't die, you start to wonder. So let's remove.
Did I get shot? Was I imagining it?
I mean, you for sure did. Let's remove.
Well, I mean,
2 stress from you, enough to clear the delusion that you were physically shot.
Okay.
Let's just remove 2 stress from everyone.
Oh, great. -1 stress.
I mean, you can't have -1 stress. Keith is just super chill.
Must be nice, spy.
And
not paranoid anymore.
yeah, that means that Vicky, as is the case, helping another is helpful to you. And you can see, you're close enough that you can see the real belief and terror in Sierra's eyes. And so that delusion or paranoia that she was somehow helping to set you up, it's clearly not true. So you stop being quite so paranoid.
I'm still paranoid though.
Yeah, you are jumping at every sound, every rapid movement. You're like, it's something bad happening. Now what happens? What do? You catch a breather.
Okay, so
Out on the lake.
Yeah. So like thinking about this, that weird thing that's out there has like lit up twice and saved our butts.
Yeah.
So
Or we could go to my house, and I know where my dad keeps his gun locked up.
I was hitting these things with bats. It didn't seem to do much. I'm not sure guns are gonna work either.
Yeah, I dropped the hood on the car. The repair's done. Like, yeah, I think tonight just happens to be your night, Keith.
But the
This
water's
puppy's ready.
full.
We can have it.
Suspicious.
So
Can
what do
we
you
talk
do?
about why they weren't shooting Keith and how he was so nonchalant?
because Keith's like dead or something. I don't know.
Probably because they're in a mirror dimension and I'm already dead in that dimension. So they didn't even consider me a threat.
You know a lot for a guy that is new here.
You're the ones who called me a zombie. I'm just rolling with it.
I think we need to talk about a lot of things.
I got shot.
Vroom.
Yeah, can we also talk about the fact that Sierra's like been shot but is not like bleeding? Because that's weird. And also my car.
Yeah, the car got shot too, but there aren't any holes.
What the heck's wrong with now?
I don't know. Never should have taken that packet. Look.
You
This
have
is
more.
really
You
all-
could do some more. Maybe that would help.
This is really all your fault if you think about it.
Yeah, my glow is going down, and that will refresh it.
Yeah, it probably will.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something to keep in mind. Look, I just thought that it would be fun. It was a party. It wasn't like a bad drug. I didn't think, but now I think it is. I don't know. Whatever it is, I think that maybe if we go to the island, maybe there's answers or something, or maybe at least it's safer there, so we're not getting attacked by weird things coming out of the forest or crawling out of the water all the time.
You guys ever see weird things coming out of the forest before living here?
No.
I
What
saw
about that?
a very large possum once. Does that
Okay.
that count? It's like
Is your
No,
definition of weird is
No,
not
it was
weird.
weird. It was really big.
Keith.
Possums
What about that
normally
little
don't-
girl?
You're about to be a zombie in 2 dimensions.
What, Peggy?
Yeah, Peggy.
Peggy, like,
What about that little
disappeared.
girl?
I don't know. She, like, disappeared. Everybody thought she drowned, and then she came back, and she was kind of weird for a little bit. I guess, I don't know. Some people said she was, like,
Assumed it was like
doing weird
a
stuff.
little off because of trauma or something.
Yeah, and now she's, like, fine. She's in, like, band and stuff, and she gets all the special treatment because she was the kid that disappeared, and...
Did
Well-
she look fine on the beach?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah,
This
I mean...
is where she disappeared.
I don't...
She swam out to the island, and then when she didn't come back, people went out, and they saw that she had made it ashore, but she wasn't on the island. And then she showed up a couple of days later, after she'd gotten lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be a bunch of weird little Peggies in the like little
I mean, that,
ear coming out of the water. But I'm not going by myself.
Oh,
So-
I already said I wanted to go.
Oh, I don't want to go. But I'm
Oh.
not going to go home by myself and walk home either.
okay, well then
Oh.
let's like be a democracy or whatever. Who wants to go to the island? Me, Keith,
Oh yeah.
Paul. What do you want to do?
Yeah, go to the super scary, creepy island or go to my house where I know there's at least 6 guns because my dad's a freak.
Paul, in your hand, you can still feel this presence. And it seems to strengthen and wane in time with the room out on the island.
I'm kind of still instinctively holding on to something, too, right?
Yeah, that's why you're feeling it. Like as they're talking, you're noticing that as the light increases, the realness, the physicality of this object increases and then fades as it fades.
Did any of you see a lady when all those glowing SWAT guys were shooting at us?
I was too busy surviving 2 bullet wounds.
Kind of fell out of the car.
Sierra is super salty. No one's taking her near-death experience seriously.
Sierra, for a minute, or even a moment, not even a minute, I saw you filled with holes. So trust me when I say something's going on. But you're not like that right now. Nobody saw a lady standing near those guys. They didn't see her yelling at us, trying to say something to us. No one saw that.
I must have missed it. Sorry.
Couldn't hear it over my own screaming.
I fell out of the car.
You were literally on the ground on your back.
Yeah, I was a little bit distracted by the guns in my face.
Does she have one of those like pull down mirrors on the visor?
Why not?
I just want to see if I'm like a zombie or covered in blood or something in my reflection.
Yeah.
Oh, you might
covered in
not
blood?
want to.
Yeah.
You might not want it. Okay. Never mind.
Oh my god, my other me got shot.
Yeah. It's
At
like
least it wasn't you.
blood running out of your mouth.
It's so pretty.
Pale. Makeup is super smudged now.
Yeah, so my reflection is now all bloody, so I don't know what's happening. But I guess that makes sense now that Keith's double person is dead. Mine is probably about to be dead, if not already dead.
Hey, I've got a crazy idea. What's the big deal if they die? I'm still alive. Who cares if the other me is dead? Who cares if the other you is dead? You're still here. Next time those guys come around, we're just going to let them shoot us. How's that
But
sound?
what happens if, because she like started shattering, what happens if they like shoot us enough that we like shatter?
Don't know. There's one way to find out.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Okay.
And
Especially if it makes me a nerd.
Yes, Paul?
I'd like to spout some knowledge about that.
Yeah. Why not?
Trying to put all the pieces together.
Yeah.
Thinking about what's been happening.
Yep. Go ahead and see what you can know.
8. I got an 8.
So ask the one question. I assume it's going to be the important information about the world.
Yes.
No +1.
Yeah, no.
People can die from shock. And you got a good look at Sierra. Another couple of shots, and it didn't matter if the wound was physical or not. She was close to being taken out.
And that's
Glenn,
that's
what's
nothing.
going on?
Keith.
He seems fine.
Okay.
Hi.
So did
What you looking at?
I need a cigarette, man. Stress will kill you.
So what do you
That's
do?
all I know.
How
We
does
should go.
Paul? So Vicky proposed a vote. Paul is
Oh.
the tiebreaker. What does Paul vote?
Let's go to the lake house.
Hey.
Cool.
So I think if we stay on the road and you get shot again, Sarah, you're not gonna.
Yeah, that would be bad. I really don't want to have to explain to your dad why I'm bringing you back dead. That would not go over well.
Always thinking of others, Vicky.
Yes, always.
But what about how this impacts me?
Exactly.
Perfect. So, well, no. Does Sierra relent? Or is Sierra going to stick in the car?
I'm not going home, but I'm not walking home.
You could always sit in the car and wait. I think it says you have to go across the lake. It's only a couple 100 yards.
I don't want to be by myself.
Okay. Cool. So, yeah, you probably have to, someone has to pull out a pocket knife or something to cut this thing loose. Someone has, it's the weird 80s, 90s. Someone has a pocket knife.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Or maybe there's like a post that's rusted and you can work it loose. Just because it's the rope or whatever is like badly knotted and decayed.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually you get it loose. And a couple of people hop in and start paddling away.
I think I'm going to swim.
Okay.
Prove I'm one of the. Prove
Cold.
I'm a member of the community. You know, like it's just what you do, right?
Yeah.
You become a double zombie, it's your own fault.
Cool. So Keith, I guess, strips down to the skivvies and dives on in, or kind of crashes. It's very, very cold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll hold on to its clothes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're. Oh yeah, just for across the lake. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But it didn't die of hypothermia.
And are you, Keith? Are you just trying to get across as fast as you can, or are you trying to like maybe grab that rope and help pull it?
No, you gotta do this thing right. You know, just on your own power, swim across.
Cool. Keith, roll with might for me, please.
Yes.
Uh,
Is just like, it's too cold.
And do we
that-
have any banes? Oh, we do.
Oh,
Yes. One minor, one major.
well, are you going to use one of those banes?
I'm going to decide after you tell me what your roll is.
You
Evil.
see, that's why I was waiting just to see if you could burn. It's a 5.
Oh, I don't even have to. Keith. When?
I don't think I remember how to swim.
No, you know how to swim. When was a time when you drowned? Or almost. Well, I think you probably did drown, but you didn't stay drowned. But when was a time that you drowned?
Shortly after my brother's trial, I wasn't feeling too great because I blamed myself for it. So I jumped in the pool, tried to see how long I could hold my breath, too long, or not long enough.
But you're still here. Or one of you is. So, when the little hands come out from the depths and pull you under, there's maybe part of you that feels a rightness. Or maybe inevitability. As they, in one not violent motion, they're insistent but relatively gentle as they clamp on and then together pull you under. You have a sense of weightlessness and motion. Those of you on the paddle boat, as Keith is tossing out, oh yeah, I got this, it's a rite of passage, and then just gone. Just ripple as he's pulled under. Keith gone.
Wasn't his night after all.
I mean, we did tell him not to.
I was like, whatever, weird guy.
That's kind of his own fault.
What do you do?
Paddle faster.
Leave that guy.
Is it like he gets like sucked down,
Yeah.
or like can I still see where he is?
You can see where he went because of the rippling of the water and the moonlight on it.
I'm probably a decent swimmer. Oh.
Yeah, you're super athletic. What do you do?
Damn it! I'm like gonna toss his clothes to one of them.
I'm dead. Keep my clothes.
You don't know.
Yeah.
I have to try. I'm the soldier.
So you dive in. It's deep and it's dark. Can't see anything.
Not even his glow.
Oh, yes, he is glowing. You can see
That's
it.
what I'm looking for.
It's 30 feet away.
That's so deep. I don't even know if I can get that
It's
far.
not particularly deep. It's 30 feet towards the island.
Wait, oh, like he's going that way, not like deep. He's going.
And receding quickly.
Oh, but also going down.
I mean, you're going to guess it's all very cold and disoriented, and, you know, the breath is knocked out of you because this is, 37-degree water.
I'm just a good swimmer.
And you're already super freaked out. I should fill you up with stress and have you pass out from the shock of jumping into cold water, but I'm not going to. Maybe the substance has some sort of protective value. In your own glow, you see Peggy's rising from the depth.
Nope. Okay, I went back out.
Go ahead and roll a might for me. Yes, Paul.
Might I attempt to assist Sierra?
How could you assist Sierra? You can't currently see her
Can assist me on my way back out.
because she's
Does
under
she
the
have a
water.
glow?
You probably can see a little bit of the glow filtered up through the water.
Try something wacky.
Okay.
The amulet, whatever it is, like gets more real every time the pulse happens.
Yep.
So I want to try to time and intention to help her. I believe that she's right now. I don't know that she's coming up, right? Like I think she's still trying to go help Keith.
Yep.
So just try an intention to like help her move through the water deftly or
Sure.
swim faster than normal.
Some sort of assist. Yes, I will. I think in that case, yes. I think. Ooh.
Please do, because I got a 9 with my stuff, so that would knock it to a 10.
Oh, good. I think. Oddly enough, I think this is either awareness or rapport.
Well, let's go with awareness. They're both
Okay.
a 0, but I'm going to go for awareness. Let's see if I can assist. I rolled 2 6s.
Ooh. So you time it just right, and you just don't know what's happening. You're just like, I'm just gonna do a thing when it gets the brightest, and you do, and you're not even sure what it is. And it flashes brighter, and you feel that physicality and even maybe a bit of weight in your hand for a moment. And as it flashes, it's like the lake is transparent to that light. You can see the stumps of trees. You can see like shopping carts and an old car from like 30 years ago. And just like all the gunk and gunge, and even like fish. Like you can just see walleye just like frozen in space as this flash happens. You can also see hundreds of Peggies.
Oh.
And they are conveying Keith to shore. You can see them just pulling him. And it looks like everything's super defined in your vision. You can tell that he's awake, but he seems to just have surrendered entirely. And they're just pulling him like a dead weight. But they're very clearly making their way to shore. And there are a gaggle of Peggies attempting to put hands on Sierra, who is, trying vainly to struggle away from them.
I did not consent. Not friendly.
And just as the glow dies, you can see several of the Peggies just grab onto her clothes and begin to swim with her toward the shore.
Gosh dang it.
And as it goes back down dim in the normal light, you can see pale little hands reaching up out of the water, grabbing a hold of the pedal bike. And not even having to pedal anymore, you can feel it tugged toward shore. So, Keith is pitched up on the shore as the girls, and these are like the little girl from The Ring, right? As they come up out of the water, the long hair. She's got very frizzy, curly, dark hair, but in the weight of the cold water makes it hang in little rivulets over their faces. As they just, not with any particular strength, but there's a lot of them, and they're very inexorable. They just kind of drag Keith up onto shore. Shortly after, probably fighting all the way, Sierra is assisted to shore, probably batting away these figures. And they're all looking at you, and they're all smiling through like the little hanging black hair dripping. And then they all back down until, just the head and the eyes. They don't go any further. It's just maybe 20 sets of little eyes, little tops of heads just watching you. You can see the little waves kind of lap up over their eyes a little bit. They don't blink. They're very curious. Shortly thereafter,
take my hat off and throw it at Keith.
Shortly thereafter, the paddle boat runs aground. They give it a little extra shove, and then they too withdraw until just their little eyes are above the surface of the water. Good, you're all on the island. What do you do?
Am I?
Like I said, I took off my hat and I chucked it at Keith. I'm angered.
Am I conscious?
Yeah, for sure.
I'd throw his clothes at him too.
You're cold.
Everybody's just throwing things at Keith.
You're
Pick up a
cold,
rock and chuck
but
it at
you're
him.
totally fine. You didn't resist, which means they were able to convey you very quickly.
Yeah. It was actually
Meanwhile, I was probably have to start coughing up water.
Yeah, because you fought. Never fight the Peggies. That's the lesson.
Yeah, I fought well because with that +2 might.
Yeah.
Had a 9.
Okay. So they
This-
wanted us on the
and-
island, I guess.
they kind of seem friendly.
I mean, they don't at all, but they aren't trying to kill you.
It's the nicest thing we've met all night.
Saved me from drowning, so
Yeah, because you're
Did they?
an
They
idiot.
dragged you
Tried to-
underwater.
Well,
I mean, in fairness, it was his own fault.
He
tried
was
to swim
already
in
underwater. They
frozen
dragged
water.
him through the water.
yeah.
Okay,
Anyway.
are we...
Kind of
Go.
forgot
So
that I
mad.
was.
I'm storming off towards the light. I'm so pissed off.
Yeah, I'm following after
You
Sierra.
couldn't
but
have
it's more
gone
like,
to my
I'm
house.
scared.
I call out to Vicky. So does that mean I completed the dare, or do I
No.
need to try to?
No, you
They helped
cheated.
you.
Well, you technically have to swim back. There's no rules about
okay.
being assisted by ghostly extra-dimensional Peggies. I don't
We'll
think
have to add that to next year's.
Yeah, you need to add that to the
There's no
bylaws.
rule, a dog can't play basketball.
Yeah, but you probably do have to swim back. So what are you all doing?
I'm following Sierra towards the light. Yeah.
I stormed off.
What is Paul doing? Not that that's like a particularly important thing, but
Yeah, sure.
Kind of looking at the Peggies, right, who are just staring at us all.
yeah.
So I know something important is going on here. Like, all right, if they helped us here, this is weird, and there's a reason to be here. I pat Keith on the back, and I'm like, "Pass for me, buddy." And I
Thanks.
start walking toward the glow
Yes.
in the cabin,
It is
clenching onto that amulet that does and doesn't exist at the same time.
Yep. It is, and it seems more real the closer you get. This was probably so those of you who are from here know that Oliver Paulson founded this town. He found gold, even though this is very far from the Minnesota Gold Range because it's kind of in the center of the state. But the fortunes of Willow Bluff were made on the gold mine, and at one time this was Gold Island. There, out in the center of the lake, was the Coney Island of the Midwest. There are pictures in the local museum of folks like Al Capone and his various different gangster friends and gangster malls having a grand old time. But the mine began to falter at about the time before Prohibition was repealed. So there was a heyday kind of in the 20s, and then a combination of the mine failing and the Depression really set the town back. And it kind of became one of those towns that would have died if it weren't for the fact that inexplicably Syntec, a high-tech company, decided to open its North American Operations Center here in the middle of BFE, Minnesota. It's always been a weird town, but this was almost certainly like a child's or like a playhouse or like a folly. It is small. It is a cabin proper, but you can tell just in the reflected light off the lake from the town, your own glow and the moon, that it is excessively ornamented in a Victorian style. So lots of carving, and even though the little fake porch has largely collapsed, you can tell, you can maybe even get little glimpses that this might have been painted in, kind of pastel colors at some time. But it is largely overgrown with moss and lichen. The wood is mostly blackened after decades and decades of rot and no care, but was clearly well constructed out of something like redwood that is inherently resistant to the elements. There is even a door. It is, you don't know if it's just standing in the frame or if it's just, so waterlogged that it's swelled into the frame. There is a door, and there are windows that were glazed at some point. You can see little glints of light where there's still a little bit of residue of glass. And even sparkling on the ground, you see glints of color. And as you get up close, you can see that not just these weren't just glazed windows, these were probably stained glass. So you can see little tiny bits of the lead flashing, kind of curled in as various creatures have crawled in and out. But yes, somewhere inside there is a glow. What do you do?
I'm on the shore talking to Peggies, trying to figure out what their deal is.
They are not talking back.
What happened to Keith's bat? Or was one of us holding it
Sure.
while he swam? Yeah.
Sure.
It was part of my clothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sierra probably
So
has the
we're-
bat.
Yeah, I probably would have taken the bat.
Yeah.
Are they... So Keith's still back on the beach?
I mean,
I mean,
until I
it's
get
he's 20 feet away max. This is a small little island.
Oh, okay.
Probably putting your clothes on, looking at the Peggies, asking them what's up.
hmm
Cool.
I'm gonna yell like, "Hey, Zombieland, hurry up!"
Double tap,
Right away, double tap.
right? So you pull your jeans on over your, wet skin. It's a little bit sticky. Probably out, barefoot trying to get your shoes back on.
Yeah, poor guy putting on nice dry clothes.
Sarah is just salty tonight, guys.
So-
My goodness.
So I assume everyone waits until Keith joins up, and then you are there in the front yard of the witch's hut.
Yeah, why don't you go first, Keith?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
Go see if there's more
go-
little girls you can make
I-
friends with.
step up to the door and I knock. Anyone home?
There's just an echo,
Sarah, can you just
like
bust
maybe
one
a
of the
little
windows so
bit
we can
more
crawl
echo
in?
than it should be.
You gonna try the door?
Oh yeah, okay.
I-
Wait! There's something I've always wanted to do. I want to kick down the door.
Yes.
roll plus might for me.
8, 9, 10. 10.
Cool. Boom.
Sweet.
Like you'd practiced it.
Almost worth it.
And of course it's dry rot. You know what so much kicked the door in is that it was just held there by the lichen and moss and stuff that's grown up. It was badly rotted. So you mostly just kick it and it just like splits in half and falls into pieces.
Give it to me.
And so you see the rest of you who are standing aside see Sierra standing there triumphant as this like perfect rectangle of light glows on her face. In that glow, you can see both the healthy, hale Sierra and the very badly wounded Sierra.
And I don't know this. I'm just like, haha.
Yeah.
Sierra, looks like you got shot. You feeling okay?
Yeah, there's like two of you.
Got this again.
Yeah.
So, what do you do?
Weird.
Find that pulse.
You all
Hey.
enter the cabin?
I'm grabbing Keith and shoving him forward. Go first.
All right. You enter the cabin.
Your idea.
It is ramshackle. It is like you can see like pieces of the floor have just fallen. And I mean, it wasn't like it was on a super solid foundation. But you can see where the floor has collapsed down to just the stone and earth of this island, and little bits of weeds that are okay with not getting a lot of direct light have grown up. It is a ruin. At the same time, it is very well kept. In the flash, the floor is solid. In a flash, you can see the glint of patterns of multicolored, very brightly colored stained glass in the windows. In the flash, the smell changes from earth and rot and greenness to cookies? Perfume, maybe? And then as the glow fades, so it's a stroboscopic effect. It's almost like you've got a projector and you're flashing back and forth between two images, like a before and after sort of situation. It's somewhat disorienting. The one constant is the frame of a mirror. Very ornate, gilt. In the brightness of the glow, it is whole, clean, very reflective. In the dimness between glows, it is broken. But the frame itself holds solid. It is carved of wood, you believe, gilt, and it has a strange design. Decorative, perhaps, figures carved into it, making a complete circuit around the oval. And it is the reforming of the mirror to be whole that is the source of the glow. And it is the decay of the mirror back into a shattered mess that is the darkness. What do you do?
You guys were the ones that wanted to come here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I touched the mirror.
You do.
I tried to investigate it. Like, can I move the shards? You said it's forming and unforming.
It's
right?
I'm gonna say it's hard. That is what your senses tell you.
Okay.
But when it comes to interacting with it, it is more similar to meta. It is more similar to what Paul is experiencing with his talisman. It is more similar to the way that you were able to interact with those glowing shadows. There's something there. There's a force, but you reach out and it just continues to become whole and cracked and decayed. And you can feel the movement, or you can feel change. But
Okay.
the thing you notice is there is nothing in the reflection.
Nothing or
Sorry.
not me.
You can see other things. You do not see yourself in the reflection. You can see your friends around you, or people who look very similar to your friends, one of whom is gravely wounded. They all look stricken.
I'm seeing all of you through the mirror, but I'm not there. Probably why I wasn't seen by those people.
Can I see me in the mirror?
Yes.
Okay.
You see the you that you saw before, only this time clearly. It's not a weird kind of effect. And you look at your wit's end. You look wet. You look bedraggled. You look like you have cuts, a couple of them deep. You're favoring an arm.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm very thankful I'm on this side of the mirror.
Yeah, me too. That girl looks terrible. Ugh.
Well, you thought she looked terrible before.
Well, yeah, but
She has through her horror and sadness, she has a look on her face like she doesn't like what she sees either.
Yeah, I'm sure mine doesn't. I mean,
You're,
does mine have like at least first aid applied now?
yes,
Okay.
you have some sweatshirts. She appears to be ambulatory, although the wounds that she's taken, it seems like she shouldn't still be alive, but something seems to be keeping her moving.
I also see the same thing from the bathroom mirror.
You see a Paul who running changes you. You're a young man, but constantly being on the run, constantly looking over your shoulder, that constant feeling of impending doom does something to your face. This Paul doesn't have that. This Paul, it looks like he's been through a rough time. He's dressed better. He's probably had a haircut in the past couple of weeks. He looks determined. but optimistic. And there's someone else there. Someone very familiar to you, with her hands on his shoulders.
Do you guys see that?
You do.
Do you guys see that one?
Yeah, who's that? I don't think that's Keith. So
That's my
Imagine if
mother.
I was Keith.
You crowd in behind Paul. And the other yous crowd in behind Paul, except for Keith, obviously. And the woman in the mirror leans over to the other Paul and whispers something in his ear. And the others, it's almost like they take courage from it. A look of hope. A look of... They're taking succor from her presence. And they seem to look to and defer to her. And the other Keith turns and looks at the other Vicky and Sierra.
The other Paul.
The other Paul turns and looks at the other Vicky and Sierra, and says something over his shoulder, and they nod. And the other Paul pulls the necklace off his neck and brings it forward toward the mirror. What do you do?
I look at all three of them, Sierra, Vicky, and Keith. Like, so you can see her. Can see her, right? That's happening.
yeah.
Do you know sign language? Because that would be really useful right now.
I think you're supposed to grab
hanging
the
around
necklace.
Can you see the thing hanging around my chest right now?
In the mirror.
You can. It's a little juddery. And I mean that it's still, I mean, you're getting all these glimpses in the moments when the mirror is whole. So you're kind of having to piece together what's actually happening. There's probably things that are happening that you're not missing, but it's fluctuating more quickly now. So it's a bit of almost like a rotoscope. It's easy for your mind to experience it as fluid motion, even though it's actually just still images or relatively still images. But yes, especially even when it's dark, you can still feel it. And when it's bright, you can all see this faintly translucent, very antique looking amulet or talisman around Paul's neck. The other you is standing there with the amulet practically touching the mirror, holding it out and looking you straight in the eye.
Take it off.
The woman smiles and nods.
Okay, mother.
As you bring it forward, she looks it's a look of like not triumph, but satisfaction and like relief, but also deep sadness. And you see her mouth form, I'm sorry.
Just rest.
You make the connection. Brilliant flash of light. Stunning flash of light. Everything fades to black. In the morning, Sierra, Vicky, and Paul wake up in the witch's hut. Your mother is there.
Hopefully not hypothermic.
No, your mother is there, Paul. She woke up before the rest of you. She's got your head in her lap. We did it. We finally did it. We're free. I'm sorry about your friend Keith.
What happened?
We did it. We got rid of it. Finally. I found a way. They tried to stop us. Don't you remember? We were at my friend's house. We were hoping that we could hide in the crowd, but they found us. They attacked, and we ran. We just made a break for the one chance that we had. We came here, and then things were strange. There were these very disturbing little girls that kept showing up, and then the assault team showed up. But something about the proximity of the amulet and whatever this is, and she gestures to this badly decayed broken mirror. The only thing about it pristine is the frame with strange symbols carved in it. It led us here. And you did what you needed to do. And now it's gone and we're free. Sierra, you are very, very sore. And your clothes are soaked with blood and you have bullet holes in them. But it's almost like someone just like jabbed you with a pool cue. Like there's a little bit of an abrasion and what's going to be a really awful bruise. But the skin itself is whole. Vicky, you've got cuts and like one of them on your arm from when you were trying to get out of the car and the bullets had broken the window and you gashed it really bad. I mean, it's super sore and you can definitely see the cuts, but it looks like cuts that have had weeks to heal. It's going to be some gnarly scars because none of you got any stitches, but something about the proximity or whatever event happened has at least partially restored you. You stumble out to see the sad sight of your friend Keith on the shore. He didn't make it. But he knew. You all knew the risk. When you came here to Willow Bluff, when your mother led you here to Willow Bluff, you knew that this is the place where there was a chance to finally be free, to get rid of this burden that had cursed your family. And your friends signed up to help knowing the risk. And something about the loss of his brother made you feel that maybe Keith never really expected to get out of it alive. But the sadness of that loss, the trauma of the multiple near disasters last night, pale in comparison to the sense of freedom, knowing that you don't have to look over your shoulder anymore. And so you row back to Willow Bluff, notify the authorities that there was an accident. One of the newer kids in town decided to take the challenge to swim across to Nose Point Island and then swim back, but didn't make it. There's an investigation, but no signs are found of anything other than a horrible accident. And with your mother's assistance, you concoct the story that you had heard this and had gone out to try to save him. But by the time you found him, he had washed up on the shore of the island. In another world, Paul is holding the thing his mother searched for. Very physical and very real. No more light, no more change. You're in a rotted, definitely not health and safety compliant, in the middle of the night with your friends, all three of them. And that Paul and Sierra and Keith and Vicky now have to deal with the consequences. So, I think that's where we'll end it. Not a lot of rolls, but we didn't get to do an advancement, but we got a sense of what the mechanics are. As you can see from the bottom of the screen, if you're watching this live and if you're watching this the next, couple of weeks on the YouTubes, The Kickstarter is now live. Please do go hit it up. I'll actually do it because I can remember. No, not KR, KS. Thank you very much. I should probably type it into an actual window. I'm about to drop the link to the Kickstarter into chat, so please go check it out. I know a number of us have backed it. I did get a chance to see the draft version of the full thing. The story, by the way, is really cool. It's very, very well done.
Mm-hmm.
As you can tell, I took some inspiration from that story, as well as the events of Twin Falls, and kind of did a little bit of mashup in such a way to be consistent with the game and the feel of the game, but also to fit into our continuity. So, post-credit scene. Some indeterminate time later, the camera is flying. We got a drone shot flying over the seeming endless forest. Probably off in the distance, you see this very modern, brutalist, chunky concrete series of structures surrounded by 15-foot electrified fences and razor wire on the top. Really weird stuff happening out there. The Syntech Research Facility. We sweep down, follow a lane until we lift up and we see the lake. And then across on the far shore, we see Willow Bluff. The camera does a sweep around and sees a little tiny speck out on the lake. Comes in, it's the island. Comes closer, you see the roof of the hut. Comes even closer, flies in through the now broken front door into a familiar setting of this rotted cabin out on an island on the lake. It is not empty, however. There is a figure. Can't see its face. It's tall, it's thin. It's cloaked in some sort of shimmering black material. It seems to absorb the light, but around the edge of its cowl and its wrists are like picked out in silver thread, strange symbols that seem reminiscent of the symbols that are carved into the frame of the mirror. And it looks to the mirror, looks out towards the town, glimmering in the distance, and says, "And the fourth seal was broken." Roll credits. Cool. There's a looming apocalypse in Willow Bluff. So all the games that we play get the apocalypse closer. No one knows how many seals there are. We've broken two of them in the past 2 weeks. Yay.
Yeah.
Yay!
Cool. So that was at least our rendition of The Real Thing. Number one, thank you, Peercy, for joining us and for, chiming in and playing and being a really awesome character. And also for sharing the game with us. I legit, this is not a sponsorship situation. I made connections via Twitter and thought it'd be fun to play a thing. And we love Powered by the Apocalypse. And then I got a chance to actually read it. And I was like, this is perfect because it can be teen drama. It can be supernatural. It can be action. It can be really whatever you want. But it has the vibe that fits very perfectly with our spooky shared setting. So I thought it'd be a perfect fit for the kind of big story arc.
I really appreciate you guys having me on. It was super fun. Thank you so much. Sincerely. I didn't expect to have that kind of a role. So cool. Thanks for that surprise too.
Absolutely. Well, that was super cool. Let's do the thing where we go around and tell people who you are and where they can find you next. We'll start with SJ this time.
I'm SJ underscore sidekick on all the socials and such. I don't stream. Been saying I'll stream for like 4 years, so I wouldn't expect one anytime soon. But I cameo on a lot of streams, including this one. I run Spectrum Squad for C+ content, and then I play in a lot of games like Twin Falls right before this, which took place in Willow Bluff. Masks, as I love Powered by the Apocalypse games, so I really enjoyed this. Love Masks. Yeah, that's about it.
Cool.
I'm Duck. run D&D over on my channel every Wednesday night. Twitch.tv/Duckwark. It's mythology, folklore, biblical horror, Lovecraft, kind of inspired custom setting. So being like dead was a whole bunch of fun.
Only mostly dead.
Half dead. Yeah.
Oh, there's more than 2 of you. You don't want
I'm
you
sure.
don't want to know what happened to all the others.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. Follow my Instagram for food stuff sometimes.
Duck is a fantastic cook.
Cool.
Right. And I am 98 Tough Love, or Tough, or Torf, or Torfilton, or some other variety of nickname. I am a variety streamer on Twitch. I play lots of different games. Sometimes I run games. I'm currently on a hiatus from our ongoing Masks campaign, which we just wrapped up the first arc of on Saturday. That'll be up on YouTube shortly. I will be in Ditchwater Gulch on Thursday, and Masks hopefully on Sunday. And then I will also be in another Masks game on Friday, and I may be starting another Masks game that Hatter will be DMing. So I have lots of
Ooh.
Masks in my future, which is very exciting.
Excellent.
And I think that's me. So I'll throw it up to Synthis.
I'm Peercy. I kind of noticed Synthis on the internet. If you look for my stuff, you can find some music and other things that I've done. I'm the co-writer for The Real Thing RPG, and it was inspired by the music of Faith and More, and we're partnered with them as well. So it's been a really awesome IP to work with, like an unbelievable dream of an IP to work with, to be honest with you. And thanks to them for supporting this. It's been such a cool ride. Go check out the Kickstarter, back it if you dig it. And I really appreciate you guys having me on to do this. This was super fun. I would do this again in a heartbeat.
Our pleasure. And you guys were fully funded in like 12 hours or something, right?
Yeah, totally. Totally. We were,
So you know, if you want to go out, if you want to go and back it, there's no risk that it's not going to make. So and there's reward tiers for every price point. I highly recommend it. And remember, no money has changed hands. This is just being a fan of the system and what these guys have done with the system. I think we will use it again in future for sure. I am Michael, or Zero Daylight. You can catch me here at live.cpluscontent.tv. A couple times a week. Most of the upcoming things have been mentioned. So yes, the current plan is to kick off. I feel much better. So we'll be kicking off the 3rd issue of Teen Justice Academy, our Masks, a New Generation teenage superhero drama, where I actually get to play because I was able to trick Misha into running it. So it'll be cool. I'll be playing a new character that you met very briefly in the last episode, who is better than all of you. So it'll be fun.
You're playing Poe in that too?
No. He's like Tilder.
Right?
He's like Tilly, but the next model. He's the new and improved version of Tilly, since Tilly is going to be out.
Better than everybody else.
I mean, it's I played it tonight. Anyway, so yes, we'll be wrapping up on this Thursday. We'll be wrapping up Dastardly Deeds in Ditchwater Gulch, which is our Weird West inspired D&D 5e 3-parter, which Tough will be in and maybe not die. Although if you guys mess with those little tiny gnome lithid people, then you might, because they are hungry for
Carbon's
brains.
stupid, but Carbon has a will to live.
Yeah.
So
Maybe don't make enemies of hundreds of little tiny, super cute, kawaii little uwu mind flayers.
Yeah.
Totally fun. And then the following Thursday, we are wrapping up the Elwood Expedition, which is our Alas for the Awful Sea actual play. And Tough will be in that one, and probably will die in that one, because bad stuff is coming. So yeah. And then in between that, we have lots of other things. We have BFF Computer, our Paranoia one-shot coming up. Head over to community.cpluscontent.tv, specifically the C Plus Next channel. Pinned to the top of that is our full schedule as it currently sits for the next 2 months. So we have a lot of stuff coming in, April. And so just to hit a few highlights, Star Trek is coming back. Spectrum Squad is coming back. Sasha the Vampire Slayer is coming. Come hell or high water, we're going to do the Stargate game. Duck. So
Hey, I'm not the holdup here.
I know. So come and hang out at live.cpluscontent.tv. Head over to cpluscontent.tv proper, our YouTube channel, for where everything that we do is uploaded roughly 24 hours after we broadcast it here. And then on Sunday evening, come hang out with us over at Licity and the Juices TV program. We'll be doing another kind of I made it up on the fly, slightly inspired by something else someone else had done. Minnesota Smith and the Temple of Boom. It is 100% Indiana Jones, except weird, and it's going to be very, very silly. And there might be some death and zombies and mummies and stuff like that involved there. So lots of things. Invite you all to join us. If you haven't followed us here, please do. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do. And we will see you all soon. We should probably raid someone. I can see that. I mean, Zam is always up these days, and we adore Zam. Oh, you know who's up that I don't think we've ever raided? Batty is playing. I don't think Batty is ever up when we are. So let's go raid Batty. I don't know what Immortals Phoenix Rising is. It's probably a video game.
Yeah, it's like a Greek mythology, Breath of the Wild based kind of game.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go harass Batty. Distract him in chat so he dies. No. What did he change his? No, it's still.
Yeah, the back one.
Oh, it was his Twitter he changed.
Yeah.
Cool. That looks like it's the right one. Cool. So we'll wait for the raid queue to load. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone. Thank you so much, Peercy, for coming and being game and being the hero of the story or the villain, depending upon which universe you wind up in. Because one of you got rid of a horrible, horrible curse and burden by giving it to the other one.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
When she was saying, I'm sorry. I'm like, uh-oh, what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, really had a fun time. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome.
Thank you for playing. It was fun.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. Raiding out.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.